your own way.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow.
God is always there for me, yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man, he was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee due, partner to our bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the old man, he was so poor. He didn't hold a bed, so he slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said, I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or He's always there for me, yeah.
Okay, good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. This is our first program for 2026. Yes, new year. And from all indications, this year is going to be a challenging one for most of us. In Jamaica, our challenges left by Hurricane Melissa continues. Yes. And we are, at the moment working and trying to find solutions for the housing crisis facing several hundreds, thousands of our brothers and sisters in Western Jamaica. Yes, that is the situation we face right now. And it is, as I said, very, very challenging, very, very challenging. And you would have known by now of the invasion. Yes, the United States has invaded Venezuela and has taken the president into custody. He appeared in court last Monday, yes, in the United States. Very interesting times, yes. We also, at Rebel Radio, we are mourning the loss of two of our colleagues, yes. As you know, this year has been a challenging, last year, very challenging for us. And yes, we lost Donald Oliver, sports journalist and a veteran broadcaster, Halma McYen. She was a trainer, yes. Many of our colleagues who are serving now and probably no longer in the profession, but Alma was a giant. Well, she left us. And, last year was not a good year for us at all. Yes, we lost several of our colleagues, Glendon Baker, yes, Noel Davey, Michael McLean, Barbara Gale, Donald Oliver, and Alma McYen. Yes, a very bad year for us, very bad one. And we said at 2, you might have observed that we start today earlier than our usual time. Yes. We are trying to make up for time lost on Monday, so we start today at midday. At 2 o'clock, we are going to be paying tribute to Halma. Yes. And, you know, today is also, we are going to be reviewing the year. So we are going to be talking to our guest about some of the major happenings. We are going to be looking at it, you know, a little different from, you know, the traditional media. We are talking to the unions. We are going to look at politics in the Caribbean. We are going to look at crime. And we are going to be talking to Mr. Hugh Faulkner, head of Indicom. Yes. And we are going to be looking at education, talking with the JTA president and another educator. Yes, we are going to start this review at 3:30 today. So we have your plate filled with information for you. Yes. At 1 o'clock today, we are going to be talking to Miss Elaine Coley-Nicholson from the Lawyers Christian of Jamaica. We are going to be talking about police killings. Yes. At 12:30, we're going over to Gaza to see how our brothers and sisters over there, how they are managing. As you know, there is a ceasefire, but the people over there are still suffering. So we are going to give you the latest update on what is happening over there. Yes. So as I said, this year, you know, we at Rebel Radio, well, let me put it this way. When I joined journalism in 1986, one of my earliest beat was the crime beat. Yes. So I have been following up the crime. And as a matter of fact, I have 10 years experience working with the Crime Enforcement Agency in Jamaica. So I have been following up crime in Jamaica for a long time. And one of the things that I observed this year, that for the first time since 1997, that we ended the year below 1,000 murders. Yes. And that is an achievement. That is an achievement. And we want to commend the security forces and commend the people of Jamaica for ensuring that the numbers reduce. Now 654, I think was the number last year. It is still too high, but nevertheless, as I am saying, it's the first time that we are seeing this reduction. Now, one of the other things is that we observe that police killings went up significantly, 311 last year. Now, the question is, what is the connection? Is there a connection between the reduction in murders and the high police killings. Now, one of the things that we want the police to understand, and the Prime Minister and the Security Minister, that what we want our security force to be credible. So when the police put out a statement that they engaged gunmen at Point X, and during an exchange of fire, they killed a dozen gunmen. We don't want to be in a, we don't want to question the authenticity of the police statement, you know. No, we don't. Because we know that there are people in the society who are going to tell lies. So we want our security forces to be in a position to say, yes, this is what happened, and here is the proof. That is what we want, right? Because if you take up guns against the security forces, whoever you are, then you must be prepared to face the consequences. That is my position. And I know I'm not lonely with that. But for too long in Jamaica, we have had this situation where when the police said X happened, it is challenged by civilians for too long. So we want the police to be prepared to defend what they say happened. And this can only happen if we equip the security forces, right? So we want our security forces to be equipped with body armor to record these incidents. Right now, as we speak, the police is the only, you don't have INDECOM, the investigative body. The investigative body is not out there with the police. So whenever there's a shooting and the police inform INDECOM, they are to investigate. They go out and investigate. But right now I know that INDECOM's investigation is being hampered by the fact that they don't have the means, the independent means to look at what the police say. And we would want the security minister, both the security minister and the commissioner to understand that, yes, what we want action to be taken this year, yes, to equip the police. That is what we want. So that our security forces must be credible. That is what we want. We want a credible security force. We don't want to continue with this situation where whatever they say, you know, their account of shootings, you know, is disputed by civilians. So we hope that they take the relevant action. So far this year, 311, as I said, was killed last year, and so far, today is the 7th of January, and the death toll, police killings as we speak, is at 12. They started the new year with a triple murder over in St. James, including a 4-year-old boy. And the child's mother and other eyewitnesses are saying that the boy was killed in his bed. Yes. Now, these are the things that we want to be addressed. We definitely want these things to be addressed, and we, as we said, we want the security forces to pay attention to that. As I said, today is the 7th. Well, on the 8th, and that is tomorrow. Yes, that day, you remember that last year we lost a veteran, a fighter, and someone who has contributed significantly to Jamaica's agriculture. We're talking about the former JAS President Leonard George Maxey Fulton. Yes, and he died on December 8th. Remember, we lost him. Well, there will be an evening of tributes to Mr. Fulton at the Denby Showground in Clarendon tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. We want to remind our listeners and viewers, his funeral and Thanksgiving service will be at Linstead New Testament Church of God. That is in Linstead, St. Catherine, on Saturday, January 10th. Yes, so this Saturday will be Mr. Fulton's funeral. Yes. So, as I said, there an evening of tribute tomorrow evening at the Denby Showground. So, those who can make it, try and do so. Yes, we wish long live to Lenworth. Yes, that was, as I said, a serious contributor to the agricultural sector. Yes, very serious. And we lost him. Yes, so as I said, we are following the kidnapping of the Venezuelan president. We are keeping that on our lenses. So far we are from this side of the world, our CARICOM leaders, they issued a statement, a very weak one so far, right? But they have issued a statement. But what we want our listeners and viewers to understand, that the Americans, well, let me remind you, the Monroe Doctrine. America claims that this side of the world belongs to them. So Latin America and the Caribbean belongs to America. That is America's claim. And in spite of the smiles and the hugs, I want you to understand that that has not changed. This is a 1823 or 1843 doctrine, and it remains, it has not changed. And therefore, if you see how America has behaved in this region, remember, the Americans, what they are saying is that we in this region, we must obey what they say. We are their boys, we are their children. And over the years, they have demonstrated that those who oppose their views, those who don't fall in line, they will deal with them. You remember how they assassinate President Allende of Chile? You remember? Over the years, they have invaded, they have undermined, they have overthrown presidents and prime ministers in this region who stand up for their right. You remember what happened to President Noriega of Panama? Yes. The Americans invaded Panama and took out the president. Took him abroad and gave him a kangaroo trial and sentenced him to prison. I think he died in prison. Yes. They invaded Grenada. You remember? You remember how they tried to overthrow, they sabotage and undermine the Michael Manley regime in the 70s in Jamaica. So what you saw in Venezuela on Saturday is a continuation of the Monroe Doctrine. Right? So we in the Caribbean and the Latin America, we must listen to America. That is the American policy. Because remember, militarily, we in the Caribbean or Latin America cannot fight America. You know? No, we cannot. We don't have the military power to fight America. America has the military capability. America is one of the most powerful military in the world, remember that. And they are nuclear armed. What America can do in this region, it can't do it elsewhere, right? They won't invade Russia. They won't invade China. They wouldn't invade France, Germany, or England. No. They're not going to do that. So, they have us under manners, and therefore, they can do whatever they want. So, I understand the silence from the Caribbean leaders. Yes. Because one of the things we must remember that significant numbers of Caribbean people are in America. Either in America, Canada, or England. Significant numbers, remember that. Yes. And therefore we have good relations with the United States. And we in this region, we are dependent on the Americans. Economically, we are dependent on them. Tourism, one of the main generator of foreign exchange. Our main tourist partner is the United States. So, as I said, I can understand the silence because remember, we are dependent on the United States. We are dependent on the IMF, the World Bank, and all those financial institutions which are controlled by the United States. So, we can't do anything to upset the United States because the price is very expensive. But the Americans, as I said, they have been breaching international law. They have been, walking all over us for decades now. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes. All right, we are going to go over now to Gaza. Yes, as I indicated at the start of the show, that our brothers and sisters over there are having great difficulties. And this is from last year. And let us find out what is happening there since the start of January. Libre, good afternoon. How are you, sir? Hello? I don't know why I'm not hearing you. Not hearing you at all. Yeah. Oh, hold on there for me. Hold on. Yes, are you hearing me now? Go ahead now.
Yeah, can you hear?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
I'm doing well, brother. How are you doing?
Yes. I am supposed to be doing okay here. Happy New Year to you and yours. How has it been in Gaza since the start of the year?
There has been an increase in bombings, and at this point, since the ceasefire, there has been about 1,000 violations of the ceasefire by the Israeli occupation forces,
Yes.
and over 400 people have been killed. So the situation continues to get worse, and unfortunately, it's also winter time, so people have been losing their tents due to the winter weather. The strong winds are taking people's tents and leaving them homeless. People are being flooded in their tents, and some people are even drowning because there's on the days that there's a lot of rain, the tents aren't waterproof and people have drowned to death in their tents. So the situation is not good.
Wow. Did you say 400 killed since the ceasefire?
Over 418 people have been killed since the ceasefire.
Wow. So you in this winter, very bad weather, as you indicated, that the bombings continue also?
Yes, the bombs are continuing, and the Israelis said that initially they were occupying 58% of the Gaza Strip during the first phase of the ceasefire. Since, again, one of the violations is that they continue to move this yellow line further and further. So now the Israeli occupation forces are illegally occupying 63% of the Gaza Strip, killing people and bombing homes as they move this line. And yeah, I mean, it's one of the many violations. The aid, they're not allowing all the aid to come in. Less than 30% of the aid, humanitarian aid that is supposed to be coming into Gaza is actually getting to the people. Most of it is being denied at the military border.
Whoa. Now, educate me here now. Then, is it a situation where Hamas fighters are exchanging gunfire, are firing at the Israeli army?
No, most of the people that are being killed now, well, since the beginning, are civilians. So most of these attacks are arbitrary. They make excuses. For example, they'll say that they were attacked by Hamas in Rafah, and then a few days later they have to retract their statements because it was a bomb that they planted and they accidentally ran over it with the tank because they forgot that they put it there, and then they blamed it on Hamas to justify killing people. So the Israelis continue to make excuses and reasons to justify the unjustifiable, which is the continued massacres and ethnic cleansing of the Gazan people.
Yes. And as you said a while ago, that they are still not allowing the aid trucks to come in.
No, they're specifically denying caravans, mobile homes, medicine, and waterproof materials, things that people can use to prepare for winter. So they're blocking the things that are really needed, which are leading to avoidable deaths.
Yes. And I saw a report where the Israelis have decided to ban over 30 NGOs. Yes.
About 37 NGOs have been banned because the Zionists started a new registration process for international organizations. And part of the new process is that you name everyone that works at your organization, which would give the Israelis access to the information of Palestinians, which could be used against them.
Okay, I see. So so tell me something that what impact this is having on the situation to aid and give care to the people of Gaza.
So what it's doing is it's it's mostly targeting organizations that are criticizing Israel. For example, Save the Children has openly called this a genocide and talked about the amount of children that have been orphaned, killed, and providing services for children. They're one of the organizations that were banned. They're not doing anything outside of the scope of their work. But when they talk about what's happening here, giving people the information needed, it counters what the Israelis are trying to say in the media outlets. But the effect that this the intentional effect is this is gonna lead to limited services, limited access to resources, and what I'm assuming is that the Israelis will start to pick organizations that they want to be here, that they know will listen to them, and allow them to be the distributor of the services, because there'll be no other organizations to provide them. For example, let's say they stop all the organizations from distributing food, and then all of a sudden GHF comes back into the picture, and they're the only ones that the Israelis will allow to administer the food. Well, then we have a really bad situation where people are going to be getting massacred while an organization is being complicit in the genocide in being disguised as they're giving aid. This is what I think they're trying to do. They're trying to strangle the organizations, and a lot of the organizations that were initially attacked were also Palestinian. For example, UNRWA, which is an organization that was founded after the Nakba to help the Palestinian forcibly displaced Palestinians, is an organization that has been under attack since the beginning of the genocide, because they've been doing decades-long work here in the Gaza Strip.
Oh my, this is absolutely terrible, terrible, terrible. So at the moment, people are still having difficulty accessing food, water, and medicine.
Yes, it's actually more difficult now, because there's also it's been difficult to get in fuel, and as I've stated in past talks, the hospitals are running on generators, and the generators need fuel. So services are being very limited, and it's forcing hospitals to shut down departments, because not only is there a lack of energy to run the hospital, lack of fuel, but there's also a lack of medical supplies. And again, this is intentional, and people are dying from easily avoidable things that require very mundane either treatments or medicine, and they're dying from, like, the most simple of things are becoming deadly under these conditions, and this is very intentional on behalf of the Israeli occupation forces. And we should consider these, part of the martyrs, part of the death toll, the people that are dying, from not getting access to dialysis, because the Israelis aren't allowing fuel for the hospitals to run the machines.
Yes. So they are blocking fuel too, as you indicated. Yes.
They're limiting fuel, and the fuel that gets in has to be split between the INGOs that are working here. So by default, no one group of organizations is going to have enough fuel. They have to limit what they can do.
Yes, and food supplies too. They are blocking food supplies. Are they?
They're blocking food supplies, specifically fresh food or healthier foods. What they're allowing in is very is processed food, canned food, not very healthy. They're allowing in candy, soda, things that don't provide a lot of nutrition, and a lot of carbs. So like rice and bread, we'll see these things on the market. But again, most of the things that they're allowing in are highly processed, not healthy foods, not fresh foods. And it's still not accessible to a large majority, because we are still seeing very high malnutrition and acute malnutrition rates. A lot of people that are living in tents right now are getting sick because they don't have access to clean water.
Yes.
And they're drinking, and they have to drink water. So the water that they are drinking is making them sick, and there's no medicine for them to get better. So it's a really intentional destruction of public infrastructure that's happening.
Yeah. Things like eggs and meat, they are coming in. People have access to those type of food.
Those things are coming in limited amounts. They are very overpriced. You can think of it as a genocide tax, because it's so limited and hard to get in. It's going to be one of the more expensive things to purchase, and so people that can access it are the ones that have access to money, and a large majority of the population is unemployed due to the genocide, or they're working but they're not getting paid because there's no access to funds.
Yes.
But there is some on the market, but just because it's here doesn't make it accessible. And yes.
Yes. And as you said earlier, that I can imagine that there are many Gazans or Palestinians who are homeless at the moment. And those people who have lost tents, how are they? Or are they out in the cold, or they have get some shelter from neighbors?
So for the most part, the neighbors will try to accommodate as much as possible, but it's unfortunately it doesn't stop the weather from being the weather. So people are in tents, and when it rains, their clothes, their mattresses, their covers, if they have them, are being soaked in water. So they're cold. They're wearing these very wet and clothes under these horrible conditions, and it's also destroyed like food. If you do have some food saved up, and the water is going to ruin it. People are living in tents on the ground, and we're talking sometimes about a large percentage of like a few centimeters of water a night on top of the strong winds. And so there's no ability to have any type of comfort. Nothing is dry. Nothing is safe from the weather, and this is how the weather is being weaponized against Gazans during this genocide. Whether it's the summer with the extreme heat and people living in tents that are made of nylon, or whether it's the winter time where you're losing your tent and you don't have access, and you have to hope that your neighbors can help out. If not, you're sleeping on the street, and if you have a family, you still have to figure out food, you have to figure out water, and all of the very basic things.
Yes. So, Libre, who is there at the moment mediating on behalf of the people? What is there any organization or countries?
I mean, right now any of the doctors or medical workers that are coming in continue to talk about what is happening and painting the picture of the deadly effects of the genocide. So there's some advocacy on those in those efforts, and the organizations that are doing like food distribution or any distribution of whatever winter materials does happen to come in, they'll talk about it, but it's not a large group, and a lot of the organizations are scared to talk about what's happening because of the organizations being banned, and they want to provide services. It's a really a bad system that is set up, not in favor of Gazans, which is why we should always try to help the Gazans that are here to build up their own infrastructure under these conditions, because they should not have to rely on international organizations to provide things, because that makes the services easily a target. For example, the food. If they can't bring it in, people are gonna go through another famine, which we had 6 months without anything coming in, and so we need to build more capacity on the local level, and I hope that will be where things start to move, so that there doesn't have to be dependency on international organizations, because international organizations are not governments, and what we need here is a Palestinian government led by the people, that is able to ensure Palestinian liberation.
Yes, sir. Well. Life is terrible. So, you earlier on you mentioned that the Israelis have taken up more. In other words, they have expanded their occupation. Now, yes. Does this mean that they have moved into areas where Palestinians are living?
Yeah, so what they'll do is at nighttime they'll move this what they're calling a yellow line, which is supposed to be the buffer between where Gazans are staying and the military is occupying. They'll move these yellow blocks during the nighttime and then attack the families that are behind the line, who weren't told that the line is moving, because it's not supposed to move. They'll attack these families, and I mean, it's led to a lot of senseless deaths and killings. For example, a 16-year-old was shot outside of his home, and then a tank ran over him and split him in half as his family watched. And this is one example. We're hearing some bombing right now. I don't know if they're trying to attack. What they're doing is not only militarily occupying these areas, but also blowing up any of the homes that are in that area, so that if they ever have to leave, that all the people have to return to is the rubble of what was their homes.
Yes, sir. Very, very disheartening. It must be very, very terrible over there now. As you said, we are in winter, and people are virtually living out in the cold. There now, lack of food, medicine, water, and as you said, the water that they are consuming is contaminated, and people are getting sick, and there is no medicine. Yes.
Yeah, just so people know, 97% of the water in Gaza is poisoned. It's not drinkable. The only way you can actually ensure you're getting safe drinking water is if you take it through desalination process where you're adding some chemicals like chlorine to help filter out the water, the bacteria from the water. So water is becoming an increasing problem, especially in the north, where there's less access to access to the water. So we're trying. That's a lot of the work that I've been doing lately. We opened up a desalination plant to distribute water to the community here in the north.
Boy, it is not easy up there at all. Must be problematic. Well, as you say that, and they are not you don't have many advocates advocating on behalf of the people at all. So the Israelis are taking advantage of the situation. Yes. You said over 400.
Yes.
Over 400 have been killed since the peace treaty was signed. And the hospitals, you say, are closing departments because they don't have equipment and fuel and medicine also. Yes. That is very, 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 very bad. Well,
yes. Just before we finish, that this is why we're saying it's a slower genocide. There is no ceasefire. It's just a slower genocide, and the Israelis said that there's a ceasefire or a peace agreement just so that people would stop talking about the genocide that's happening here. And unfortunately, it's been quite effective. So we have to continue to educate people and telling them it's not over. People are still dying, and there's still a genocide happening.
Yes, sir. Well, Liber, I want to thank you very much for your time, and stay safe.
Of course, brother. Take care.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, that's Liber there, telling us what is happening in Gaza. And as you heard from him, that the situation over there is still, it is terrible. Yes. People don't have access to clean drinking water. 97% of the water supply is contaminated. People still don't have access to food, medicine, and shelter. That is the state of play in Gaza. Yes, as we speak. Totally unbearable situation there. And what has happened that you hardly hear what is happening there, because the people, well, the world was told that a peace agreement was signed, and therefore the situation, the genocide had stopped. But no, over 400 have been killed since the peace treaty was signed. And as you heard, that the Israelis are blocking the aid from reaching the people. Yes. So things like mobile houses, food, gasoline, medicine, yes, they are blocking those from entering the country. And as you know, the people, those are vital for the survival of the people. And these are things which are being blocked at the moment. So the genocide continues. And, you know, we are wondering here at Rebel Radio what is going to happen to the people of Gaza, because as it stands right now, the attention has been shifted. Yes. You are not going to well, as we speak, you're not hearing much about what is happening to the people in Gaza. No, you're not hearing much at all. And, you know, they are still suffering. Yes. Well, let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from your love, my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No power. There's not a broken vessel that God can't mend. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we have with us now Attorney at Law Eileen Colin Nicholson for Lawyers Christian Fellowship. Yes. And the Lawyers Christian Fellowship, you know, on Monday issued a statement expressing grave concern and deep moral distress at reports of fatal shooting by members of the security forces at the start of the year. So, good afternoon, Ms. Nicholson. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards. Doing well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me on your program.
Yes, ma'am. So, Lawyers for Christian Fellowship are concerned about the state of police, the numbers of police shootings in the country. Now, let me hear from you. What are your main concerns? Because you based on what the police have said so far, the police have justified their killings. Last year, 311 fatal shootings by the police. And the police have justified those killings, saying that they were attacked. What are your main concerns?
First of all, Mr. Richards, I don't think it's just the Lawyers Christian Fellowship that is concerned. I think there are many persons in many quarters whose consciences are shocked by the number of Jamaicans, civilians, who are being killed in confrontations with our police and military forces. There is a prevailing atmosphere right now where persons are actually afraid to speak their concern. And where they do speak their concern, they apologize for it. Many persons apologize for it because they think they have to choose side. It is my view, and that of the Lawyers Christian Fellowship, that is a wrong way to frame the conversation. I believe that we can all agree that human life is valuable and that the process by which one takes it is very important. And that if one acts unlawfully and gives permission for agents of the state, and I'm not saying that they're acting unlawfully, I'm saying we're asking questions, but I'm prefacing my comments deliberately in this way, that if for some reason we tacitly give permission for agents of the state to feel that the rules of law do not govern police military operations, then we're actually doing them a disservice because we are unwittingly making them morally no better than those who act unlawfully. Think about that.
Yeah.
I don't think I would want that kind of thing on the conscience of my son, of my husband, of my daughter, the men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force who help to protect and serve us. And I don't think they have any less delicate souls and consciences than I have, so that when they go to their bed at night, what they have had to live through will come back and play in their minds. And so when we hear about high levels of stress and dysfunctionality and post-traumatic stress disorder, who takes responsibility for that when we send them out? And I don't think it is the vast majority of those who serve. But because of the high numbers, and because we know, given the history of policing and the tracking of the numbers over the years, that almost certainly we can do better than we're doing now to reduce the number of those killed in these confrontations. Almost certainly there's a question or many questions to be answered as to why it is that we're not expending efforts in asking for the questions to be answered. How can we reduce these numbers? We do so not just because we want to remain safe. And it's questionable whether that is the consequence of high numbers being killed in police confrontations with the police.
Yes.
We do so because we want to preserve the integrity of the force.
Yes.
We want to preserve the integrity of the institutions that serve us. And that for that to happen, we need accountability, we need transparency, and we need some answers to questions.
Certainly. And from my understanding is that, and I am sure this is where the Lawyers for Christian Fellowship are standing to, what we want our security forces to be credible. And therefore, what we are asking for, when the police go on these operations, you equip the police so that when so that they can provide us with the evidence that yes, they were challenged. Because
they have the equipment, Desmond. They have the equipment, and I'm not talking about body cameras, and there's been this long-running discussion about how to implement that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about, the knowledge of the protocols to about how they handle these scenes where there have been police shootings, how they handle the bodies, how they handle the weapons and the ammunition, so that there is a question about how that has been processed. And in fact, the outgoing the recently Assistant Commissioner for Indicom, who recently demitted office, he has gone on record to say there appears to be a two-tier system for the handling of scenes of crime. And that scenes of crime that feature police shootings are handled differently without the care. You see the videos of the bodies being taken up and thrown into the back of vehicles. You see weapons being handled and contaminated with DNA from officers and other persons and so on. So that when you hear, and this is one of the things you said at the start, that the police have given justification. In fact, they've been exonerated. And that in the vast majority of cases that have been investigated, no charges have been laid, is what I understand also to be the case. It is difficult for charges, almost impossible for charges to be laid when you have this two-tier system being perpetuated. Questions have been asked and have been met with silence.
Yes. So therefore, what we would want, we want, as you pointed out, we want our security forces to be credible. That is what we want. And
without credibility, they cannot serve without being without questions being asked about their integrity.
And therefore, I am asking, what are some of the suggestions from the Christian Fellowship to improve the system? What?
You know, this is an interesting one. I don't think I've heard it. But in these discussions that we have, Desmond, I think the hosts of programs, radio, television, social media, wherever these programs are occurring, where we're talking about this very important subject, that the hosts need to understand that persons are listening and being influenced by their position. So if a host says, boy, they call the name of some authority, and I'm giving you an example of something that I encountered, personal experience, that an authority says that these things are not unusual, yes, and that with greater intelligence you expect to have a higher incidence of fatalities. And that is the position. Oh, and then the host continues to say, and persons cannot accept that these things are just natural consequences. And in less than 10 seconds, dismiss the concerns and elicit from their listeners, their listeners, because you can track the comments of listeners depending on the media that they're using for the broadcast. And so the listeners are now saying, well, she dead because she dared to say we should be concerned. Yes? She's a PNP, she's a JLP, she is this, right? So we need to change. We need to recognize that people who sit in seats like you, Desmond, have a responsibility for framing the conversation and not causing people to be afraid of saying, I am concerned.
Yes.
Silencing us. And I don't want to go off a tangent, but I feel like I want to say this, that there was a time during slavery when we could not open our mouths.
Yes, of course, ma'am.
Or chattel. We were chattel and we couldn't go to court and give evidence because we were no more than the ox and the furniture and the assets that the master owned. And so our voices, we learned to be silent. And for us to voluntarily silence our own voices in 2026, when there is no reason for it, suggests to me that we need to really do a serious introspection as a nation, because what are we living for? If we're not protective of the things that make us human and recognize the importance of our individual unique voice. I'm not saying we shouldn't disagree. It's okay to disagree, but it's not okay to tell me that I shouldn't say that this shocks the conscience and we need to talk about it. Yes. That questions are being asked which are being disregarded, which are important questions, and that our police officers and even our military should be held to account to answer the questions.
Yes, yes.
So that's one thing. That's one thing we need to do. We need the people who influence the conversations to take responsibility for the way the conversations are happening, and they're not happening in a healthy way. And all the things that we would call for, Desmond, are things that the police are well aware of, and they put it in their press releases. So we hear these statements, and they are aware of what it takes to deliver good policing. If you can have a two-tier system where you handle one set of killings one way and another set of killings the other way, it means that they know better. In instances where that occurs. Yes? So we know, and we spend so many years talking about building trust in communities so that persons will come and divulge information, getting rid of the informer for dead culture. There's been a lot of money thrown at professionalizing, what they call professionalization, or professionalizing the police force. When I look at the men and women serving, I see people who have degrees, who are attorneys, who have PhDs, These are not, as we say in Jamaica, pian pian people. We have good people in the force. The question is, just like for the rest of Jamaica, why are the minority who are described as criminals and who are vicious? So I am not no Pollyanna, and I am not burying my head in the sand either. I'm saying I know that when I saw a group of police yesterday, my heart, some people are going to find ways of saying, oh, our heart too, this and our heart. My heart went out for those men because they had to come in a group with some really intimidating weapons just to buy something in KFC, because they know when they put on that uniform and they go out into John Public that they are targets.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have good people in the force, and I don't need to tell them because it has been studied to death. The paralysis of analysis, it has been studied to death. What we need is the will to be accountable and to say to people, this is what is happening, and we're going to put a stop to it.
Yes.
I also think that there are elements of the media who pay attention to this matter because it's on the agenda for today. And it's not really that important because tomorrow something else comes on the agenda.
Yes.
And this is not so important anymore, but it is important. It's important. When you go out in John Public and you see the hopelessness in people's eyes, and you realize that they realize that there are some people here whose lives are more important than others, and that if certain things happen in certain communities, it will be treated so much differently. And that is the story, the hopelessness of the majority of people. And it more particularly applies to young Black men in inner city communities. When you feel that reality, don't just see it, but feel it. This is an urgent thing that matters, and it matters to the media. And so it should matter tomorrow.
Yes.
It should matter. Continue to press. Answer the questions. Answer the questions. The questions are well known. Where are the answers? Until we get those answers, then we are not really engaging. We're engaging in this today. And those who have refused to answer, they say, okay, we'll just wait until tomorrow.
Yes. And now, the other thing, Eileen, is this, that do you find that the authorities, I am talking about the minister and the commissioner of police, do you find that they are receptive, or based on what they have said, do you get the impression that they have a concern about the high rate of police killings?
Just a moment, please, Esmond. Yes, I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that as being distracted?
Yes, I'm asking that based on the statements from the minister and the commissioner of police, do you get the impression that they are concerned about the high rate of police killing?
I don't know. But just judging from how the conversations have unfolded in the public domain, it is fair to say that there has been absolutely no demonstration of genuine and deep concern. Certainly not that I have seen. It doesn't mean that they have not said it. It's just that I haven't seen it. I would want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I would want to hope that when persons ask questions, there is the possibility of a response. But when I see that Indicom has been asking, and they've been asking for so long, and there's been no answer, I have to interpret that as being a lack of willingness on the part of the police commissioner and the minister to answer. Why they have refused to answer, I'm sure it's a very delicate thing. because of the volatile situation that we found ourselves in, because of the lack of credibility and trust in the police force that we must necessarily trust with our own life. Also, with our political directorate, we must trust these people and these institutions, but we know our history. And that history undermines the trust. My job is not to further undermine the trust, but to ask them to look at the situation and to respond and to say, we are awaiting a response.
Yes. Yes. And in your statement, I see where the LCF is calling for prompt, independent, and transparent investigation into all fatal shootings. Are you satisfied with the work that Indicom has been doing so far?
There are some things I know and some things I do not know.
Yes.
So that I know that there are advocates who are out there tracking the development of the legislation that has governed Indicom, and also looking at the reports that have been coming out of Indicom over the years. I know that Indicom's presence does in fact make a difference. As to whether or not they're doing as much as they could with the resources they have been given, I'm not in a position to comment to comment with the knowledge that others may have.
Yes.
And that's as much as I think I want to say at this point about Indicom.
You also spoke about strengthen the accountability, training, and oversight. As it relates to training, are you satisfied with the level of training given to policemen nowadays? For example, you I don't know if you know this, but the period for training has been shortened from 9 months to 6 months. So are you satisfied with the level of training?
The level of so the shortening of the training in and of itself may not be sufficient to determine whether the training generally is adequate.
Yes.
My statement didn't go into the operational details.
Right.
I believe that there is sufficient intelligence and experience and wisdom in the police force as it is currently constituted.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's also a political will that is operating. Yes, and beyond that, I'm from the Lawyers Christian Fellowship. And as Christian, I believe there are also spiritual dimensions to these matters. Now, some persons may at this point just tune out, them gone blank. Yes? But what the police do with what they have, including highly trained and skilled personnel, is to a large extent dependent on the political winds that are blowing, and also who is there and what their worldviews are. What do they think about the value of life, the sanctity of life, right? So I am going where I feel more comfortable, which is to talk about these kinds of things.
Yes.
I have met, and in fact, some of these police officers who have ended up as attorneys, they've been my students. For over 10 years, I taught a course in human rights. It was an introductory course at the tertiary level. And a number of these police officers passed through my classroom.
Yes.
And so I know the quality and the caliber that's in the force. I do not think the force is irredeemable. I think the conscience of the force needs to be awakened. So yes, strength and training for those that you meet on the road treat you differently from they treat somebody else, who obviously doesn't have a lot of formal education, speaks differently, and maybe drive a beat-up car or can't afford a car or is on a bike. We see those obvious differences, and there is obvious need for proper training. But sometimes it's not training enough. Sometimes it really is about our culture. But I think there's a culture. And I've heard it said in other quarters that there is a culture. So going back now to the processing of the scene of crime, it's a culture. It's not that they're not trained, but it's a culture. You see the difference?
Yes. Yes.
So it's a culture that change.
Yeah. Because they are dealing with Jamaicans from a different background. In other words, you wouldn't see this kind of behavior up into the communities in Upper St. Andrew at all.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct. That's correct.
Yes. But for the majority down in the ghetto areas and those poor communities, that the treatment is different. And
go ahead, Desmond.
And this is the attitude from the police that we would like to be changed. We want them to treat all the citizens as one. Yes.
So to be fair, our press release, it did speak about accountability training and oversight. So accountability comes in where we know these things are happening, that police officers in these quote-unquote routine traffic stops, they treat with different people different ways. And there needs to be, that needs to stop. Yeah? And so to the extent that it is happening, there needs to be a process of accountability. When that or something else, which is a deviation from the way things should be done, when those occur, and some deviations are of greater importance or weight than others. So you could use a traffic stop as an example, or you could use those engagements where people lose their lives as the other end, at the other extreme of deviations. Yes? And so whatever it is, there needs to be something that treats with the deviations and holds people to accountability, and perhaps for the less extreme deviations, where the police officer may very well know better, but didn't do better because he is in a culture where this is the way it's done. Perhaps some retraining is appropriate, because having spent and invested quite a bit in training our police officers, we can't just assume that everybody out there is going, there are people waiting, knocking down the doors of the JCF to be admitted. So we need to continue to invest in those.
Eileen, I tell you what, we have to leave it there for today, but I want to assure you that we will continue this. This is a discussion that must be continued. So let us say to be continued, and thank you very much for your time today.
God bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was Eileen Coley Nicholson from the Lawyers Christian Fellowship, and we were talking about police shootings there. As I said, that is something that we have to continue. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Hardware Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more at Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are going over to Guyana. As you know, at Rebel Radio, we keep in touch with what is happening to our Caribbean people, because remember, we are one people. I have with me senior Guyanese journalist Adam Harris. Adam, good afternoon and Happy New Year.
Good afternoon to you and Happy New Year too, my brother.
Yes, sir. Let us work towards making 26 a prosperous and successful year.
Okay, thank you, my brother. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah. So I see where the extradition trial has started. Tell us about what is happening with that.
Yes. The lawyers for the Mohammed, the extradition boy, they had gone to the court seeking a stay of execution because they were saying that, look, there are some constitutional challenges.
Yes.
And these challenges should be heard before any trial. The acting Chief Justice said no. The Attorney General also said that such an action moving for a stay was premature because after the fellow is committed, then those challenges can be mounted.
Yes.
But the lawyer said, tell me, if I commit a crime and I have some challenges even ahead of my sentencing, and you tell me that after my sentencing, these challenges could be heard, and I'm sentenced to 9 months in prison, by the time those challenges are heard, I would have already served my sentence. So that cannot be justice. That was his argument. However, it was overruled. So the trial began yesterday, and they called the first witness, and the matter will come up again on what date? Is it on the 9th? On the 9th, I think they go back to court.
So tell me.
So the first witness.
So tell me something, Adam. That is the trial for the custom breaches, or that is the extradition hearing?
No. That's for the extradition.
Okay. I see.
That's for the extradition.
Yes. Oh.
So it's on and well.
Uh-huh.
And while that is going on, because the fellow is the de facto leader of the opposition,
yes,
government has not called Parliament since the 6th of November.
Uh-huh.
So there has been no appointment of an opposition leader. That is blank. Meanwhile, the government, therefore, has gone on with appointments. It appointed a teaching service commission. Now, that needed the consultation with the opposition leader and a nominee from the opposition. But the previous Chief Justice had ruled in the case of the Commissioner of Police that if there is no opposition leader, then the president cannot consult. So this time around, they ensure that there is no opposition leader, so there is no consultation, and so the appointments are being made willy-nilly.
Yes. And the Parliament has not sit, you said, from November.
From the 6th of November, when it was first called after the elections.
Yes. So there has been no parliamentary system since November 6th.
That's correct. When they swore in the members of parliament,
yes.
There has been nothing more since then.
But that isn't that an unusual thing, because parliament is supposed to be where the government discuss the people's business.
I agree with you, but as we have said before, it is not business as usual in Guyana. A lot of irregular things are happening, and that is one of the problems. For example, the government is discussing with the United States this thing about accepting being a third country recipient. So if I go to the United States and I seek asylum or something, and they don't want me, they can send me to a third country rather than to the country from which I came.
Yes.
So Guyana, with a 58% poverty level, is agreeing to accept these people. So we're adding pressure on our social services, adding pressure on the economy, although I believe the US government will give them some money. But that is what is going on, and there has been no consultation with the opposition, with the people. There has been no consultation. None.
Yes. You mentioned a figure a while ago there, a number that is astonishing, because we have to remember when we are talking about Guyana, Guyana is now a oil producing country.
Exactly.
And you are telling us that there's a 58% poverty rate in Guyana?
Yes, that is correct. And that was contained in the recent report by the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank.
Yes.
That was what is said. And there was an earlier report, I think, by the European Union or thing, I don't remember exactly which, but there was a report which cited a similar figure. 58% poverty, 34% in abject poverty. Those are people who can't even afford one meal a day.
No. So Adam, what it is early in the year, but what are the government plans that you're aware of to address these critical issues?
Well, for starters, we need to have an opposition forum. And that has not happened. It hasn't happened. Secondly, we also need to have a series of actions. But I said, it's early in the year. No one is coming out to protest. Nothing is happening. People are just taking it. For example, the 2022 census report has not been released. But some of us have got snippets. For example, the government is using it to gerrymander the population. They are looking to see where they can build houses for their supporters in some areas. I don't know if I'm making sense. So that you can boost your concentration in those areas that were once held by the opposition. We don't know what is the extent of unemployment. We know that people are being imported into Guyana. We have them from Bangladesh. and they are being given jobs. We don't know how many of them have come. We have the Venezuelans who came across the border, and they are working in Guyana. We don't know how many of them. We don't know in which areas they are. What we know is that Guyanese are excluded from all of this. So while Guyanese are being excluded from job opportunities and the like, foreigners are being employed and paid.
No. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, and this can't happen in any other country, but it is happening in Guyana.
No, Adam, that's not very good news at all for 26. I saw where the government last year indicated that it will be giving away some money this year. I think it's $100,000 to all Guyanese.
The cash grant.
Cash grant.
Right. Now, that is also going to be in trouble because they were depending on a windfall from oil. Now, oil prices are falling, so their revenue is going to drop. So you can see that the first people to suffer are going to be the people from, the ordinary people. So it is unlikely that there are going to be any cash grant. We have the U.S. already getting oil from Venezuela, and that alone is going to drop the price. So I can imagine what the Guyana government is going to do, and it doesn't augur well for the people.
Yes, sir. Yes. 58% poverty level. That's very, very high. With a population of, I don't know what is the...
Less than a million. Less than a million people.
Yes.
And we have more oil than Trinidad had in its heyday. In its heyday, Trinidad was producing, I think, 140,000 barrels a day.
Yes.
But Trinidad was rich. The people were happy. They got most of the money. In Guyana, we are producing 900,000 barrels a day. And our poverty level is increasing.
No, something is wrong, Adam.
A lot is wrong.
Yeah, something is wrong. Well, so the opposition, in the meantime, what are members of the original opposition, the PNC, saying? Because they have members in the parliament.
Yes, but the parliament isn't meeting, but they are out there. They have been meeting with what they call canvassing. They have been canvassing people.
For what?
They have been, they have been talking on social media, issuing statements, so that's all they can do at the moment. Nothing more is happening.
Yes. So are there any other voices? What about civic organization in Guyana? Are they silent?
The civil society people, it's interesting. The major civil society organizations are supportive of the government, so they're saying nothing. Even the Guyana Bar Association, which should be neutral, which should represent the legal profession, is saying nothing. For example, the acting Chief Justice was pitchforked into that position ahead of other senior judges. Not a word of condemnation from the Bar Association. None. The former acting chancellor left the office. We don't know if she got a special package. We don't know what happened. We know she turned out for duty. And the very next day, we heard that she was taking early retirement.
Yes.
And we don't know why she hasn't said anything. So we don't know what's happening in that arena.
Yes. And I would imagine that the government would be supporting the United States in kidnapping of President Maduro.
Yes. Well, in a sense, it's a blessing and it's a curse. Maduro was threatening to take the bulk of Guyana. He had actually appointed a governor for that disputed territory. With him out of the way, that threat has been minimized. It has been reduced drastically. We don't have to worry about a Venezuelan invasion now.
Yes.
At the same time, we have to worry about the influx of Venezuelans. And you know, it's funny. Compared to Guyana, Venezuela would have been seen as a first world country, you know, very developed. And as I did in a commentary that was broadcast today, when the pressure started to come on them, they ran to Guyana, Trinidad, Colombia. They went across the borders. Now that Maduro is gone, some of them are celebrating his departure, but will they go back to Venezuela? I don't know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the threat of America threatening to put boots on the ground if the government doesn't cooperate, I can see more Venezuelans coming, although the US president says that he's selling oil. He's taking the oil that will be, that they confiscated from those tankers as a result of the blockade. And he is promising to, okay, money will go back to Venezuela. But will the Venezuelans who are here go, or will more come? It's interesting.
Do you have any idea about how many Venezuelans are in Guyana now?
Repeat.
Do you have any idea of how many Venezuelans are in Guyana now?
Somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000.
Wow.
So roughly they make up, roughly they make up about 12% of the population at the moment.
Yes. That's a lot. Yes. So, what else is happening in Guyana, Adam?
Now?
Yes.
Well, I can safely say that nothing much is happening. You know, it's very quiet. After Maduro left, we sat back, we were looking at the situation. But what is interesting is that we are not getting much news out of Venezuela unless we get from Al Jazeera. The news we are getting is coming out of the West.
Yes.
And you know how the West reports.
Yes, sir. So, in other words, there's a blackout as far as to what is happening in Venezuela. You're not hearing.
Yeah, we're not hearing the other side of the story.
Yes.
We are hearing what is coming from the American side.
Yes.
But we're not hearing from the people. We saw some photographs of protests in Venezuela, not much more. We saw some crowds of people. Some were celebrating. But then Maduro's people are very much in force. They were there looking for people who they said supported the US with the invasion, if you can call it that. So I suppose many Venezuelans will remain low-key.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, we have to see what is going to happen. as I said, this unusual situation now exists in Guyana where the parliament has not met from November 6th. And you say that the government continues to make appointments which, under normal circumstances, they would have, the president would have consulted with the leader of the opposition. But the leader of the opposition is on trial on an extradition.
Yes, for extradition.
Yes.
Yes.
And when you say the next court date for the president, for the leader of opposition? When
you had the date for the...
When is the next court
date? The next court date?
Yes.
I think today is the 7th. Today is Wednesday. It might be Friday. I'll have to double check that. I'll double check that.
Yes. Okay. Well, let us see what is going to happen.
Right.
Yes. Well, you have to just continue to take care of yourself over there. And thank you for keeping us abreast of what is happening in Guyana. And,
okay, my friend, I'm here.
Yes. So, thank you very much.
Okay, my brother, and I'm always a phone call away.
Yes, sir. All right. That is our senior colleague there, Adam Harris, is keeping us abreast of what is happening in Guyana. And a very unusual situation exists there now, as you heard from Adam, that the parliament has not met since November 6th. And that is because the leader of opposition is on trial. Yes. That's a very unusual. As you know, the leader of the opposition is facing extradition to the United States. Now that is, as I said, you know, a very, very, very unusual situation. What we are watching to see what is going to happen if the leader of opposition is extradited. Yes, what is going to happen? That is something that we have to pay attention to, because well, I don't know, the other party, the traditional party, which was the opposition before the elections, they have lost significant numbers of their representatives. So the opposition party is the new party. And it is going to be interesting to see what will happen if the opposition leader is extradited. Very, very, very interesting situation there in Guyana. Well, you know, it is coming up at 2 o'clock. We are going to be paying tribute to our colleague there. And before I go into that, I see where where the U.S. seizes Venezuela link Russian flag oil tanker after weeks-long pursuit. I know that they were pursuing this vessel, right? But the news is now saying that the vessel, the U.S. seized a Russian flag oil tanker that was being shadowed by a Russian submarine on Wednesday after pursuing it for more than 2 weeks across the Atlantic as part of Washington's efforts to block Venezuela's oil exports. Well, very interesting situation there. I also saw a report where the U.S. But we will provide you with more information on this at 3 p.m. when we will have a discussion on the latest situation over there in Venezuela. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Oh, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and kept away. When he turned to the master and said, Lord of mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's none a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turned its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, he won't throw the clay away. Bring him all of your borders, your troubles and your sins. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel, Almighty God, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord of mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's none a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord of my turn, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, he won't throw the clay away. Bring him all of your burdens, your troubles and your sin, 'cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah, yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah, when the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's
Hi, Joan is here.
Yes, Joan.
Joan is right here.
Okay. Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and as I indicated at the start of the show about the departure, the loss of Alma Yen. And, you know, last year was a bad year for our profession, because we lost up 5 or 6 members of our profession last year. Very bad year. But when I joined this profession, I met and heard about Alma Yen, just like I heard about some of the greats who serve this profession. I've never worked with her, but I know that she was a trainer and a teacher, you know. And we are going to pay tribute to her this evening. I have with me online Joanne Hutchinson, Duran Pate, and the indomitable Cliff Hughes. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Desmond.
Yes.
Good afternoon, listeners.
Yes. I'm going to breach the rule and start with instead of ladies before gentlemen. Durant, what you remember about Halma? She was your teacher. Am I right?
Yes, she was, sir. She was. And I mean, I had the fortune of being the only male student in her class. That would have been the class of 1999.
Okay.
Alma stood tall. She commanded your respect. She was also in her own sweet way a somewhat naughty old lady. I fondly remember I came in late for class after the lunch break. Apparently she was chit-chatting with the ladies about the male anatomy. And I came in, overheard something about muscles. So I was telling them that I have a few muscles on my body.
Yeah.
Now Alma jumped up and said, Kate, those weren't the muscles that we were talking about. And I became the laughing stock of the class, not knowing what the heck they were talking before. But me with my self jumped in and assumed that we were talking about the man's body muscles, but she was speaking otherwise. And that within itself tells the stature of the lady. She's human. She will make jokes with her students, but you dare not cross the threshold.
Yes.
I really loved her and I really missed her. And what I loved about her is the fact that she speaks with such authority, and by virtue of the person she is, her whole persona, she just commanded the respect of her students.
Yes, yes. John, what do you remember about Alma? John? Hello, John? Not there. Cliff?
Yes, Desmond.
Yes. You are a senior member of the profession. Alma taught you too?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She did. In fact, Alma and I shared not only a friendship and a relationship that was characterized by teacher and student, but also a personal relationship because she lived in Harborview, right? I lived off Windward Road at the time when I was going to university.
Yes.
And she would give me a ride home.
Oh my.
Because unlike the other courses at the UA at the time, we would start at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday, and we would go on up until 10, 11 o'clock. And I remember
10 p.m.
when we, yes, 10 p.m. Yes. And she made it clear to her radio students that, listen, we are professionals in training. And in the newsrooms, in radio, we are expected to work long hours.
Yes, yes.
So unlike the print and television technique students who started at 1, that was our laboratory session on a Tuesday. They would start at 1, and by 3:30, 4 o'clock, they'd be over.
Yes.
We would go up until 10 o'clock, yes, and later. Yeah, and that would happen for the 2 years that she taught us radio and the techniques of radio production. So she would give me a ride home from Mona campus, leave me at the top of Pembroke Road, and she would continue on her way to the Harborview. And also, some days when I am on my way to UA, as a poor student, I didn't drive. She would pick me up at the bottom of Mountain View Avenue and take me to UA.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, there was one memorable morning that I will never forget. I remember where I was and where we were. He had given me a lift home to UA from the bottom of Mountain View Avenue. And when we got to the police commissioner's office on Old Hope Road, the BBC reported that they had just assassinated the former Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Her Sikh bodyguards had assassinated her. And we were like, what? And then that dominated our discussion all the way to UA, and we started to learn and discuss about Indian politics, in not only Indira Gandhi, but the famous leader, Indian leader, Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, yeah. And that was the relationship I had with Alma. And I'll tell you one final one, Desmond. Alma taught me radio when I went to UA in 1982, 83. Yeah. And up until then, I was very confident in my ability. Yeah, very confident, as you all know. And when I went in front of Alma's class the first time, and she had us in the studio, it was my time to go around the microphone for the first time.
Yes.
I trembled like a leaf because that woman drove fear into me. And for a whole term, for the first time in my academic life, I started to doubt myself. And I had to dig deep and tell myself that I can do this.
Yes.
But she was hard. She was tough. She challenged you. Yeah? She demanded excellence. And that is what I think I learned from and demand from my staff now.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you know, as I said, when I joined, I never worked with Alma, and she didn't taught me. When I went to Karimak, she wasn't there. But from I entered the profession, this was one of the names that was outstanding. And when I
legendary.
Yes, and when I met her personally, she really created an impression on me. I really. And you know, she lived long, and she has taught many members of this profession. Very.
Yes, she has.
You know, Cliff, one of the things that I don't know if you observe this, but one of the things that I observe nowadays, you know, I think that you went to university before me, but I think that during our days, the early days, the 80s and the 90s, as it relates to the training for journalists, I think we have lost. I think so. I think it has depreciated. What is your take on that?
You're absolutely correct. And I know it because I get the product of the university education in journalism today.
Yeah.
And only last week I was sharing with a retired UWI professor, and I was lamenting how embarrassed I am when I employ graduates of UA. Hello?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, man. I'm hearing you.
Yeah. I am embarrassed now when I employ graduates of UA, UTech, and NCU, and from other tertiary institutions. And when it comes to especially journalism, mass communication, the UA graduates are the weakest.
Yes.
The weakest.
Yes.
They're weak in terms of techniques. They're weak in terms of knowledge. Yeah, and it's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing
because what is being taught at UA now is weak. Or
I believe that is something that I detected, you know. And I said to myself, but you know, even, but if I want to tell you something, I want to share something. This is something that I spoke about, after just departing. I used to have this discussion with the late Professor Christopher Charles, who died last year. This is so that I always. I remember when I am comparing my period at university to the period now. And when I talk to the students and listen to them and see and watch how they behave, there's also a difference. I don't see the students nowadays just look as if they are just swatting for their degrees. They are not behaving.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are not behaving. You know, when I went to university, you know, I acknowledge that at the university is the highest institution of learning, and you have to, it's few people, it's the minority goes to the university, and therefore, you know, your attitude is different. But nowadays, university students, they are, I am not impressed by them at all. I don't know.
No,
I'm not impressed.
And Marken, and to get back to Mrs. Marken, she railed against that. She railed against it. She always told she always said to us, listen, you've got to be the best because you're on radio. Yes, you're not in front of a camera. You have got to use your voice, sound, yeah, and utilize them in a way that tells the story. Yeah, television is easier because you have a picture. Yeah, a picture is worth 5,000 words. Alma Marken, to me, she was of all the university lecturers I've had in doing my first and second degrees, Alma has been the most impactful, without a doubt. Yeah, and I really think she has played an outstanding innings in building what we have in Jamaica today.
Yes, of course.
And I don't know if your listeners knew, I don't know if you know, Desmond. Did you know that she dabbled in politics at one time?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, she was a counselor, parish counselor.
Yes, you're correct. She was elected a parish counselor.
Jamaica Labour Party, I believe.
Yes, in the March 1981 local elections, following the JLP's massive victory in October 1980. She ran for the Harborview division in March 1981 and was elected councillor.
Wow, yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know
but
that.
She couldn't survive she didn't survive in the politics long enough. She was too much of an independent thinker, so she didn't survive long in it. Yeah.
Really.
One thing I can say, she was a stickler for perfection. For her, perfection is not attaining what you can, but attaining what you can't. I was never good at presentation. I still am not good at presentation, but at least she forced me to do the best that I can around the microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Boy, it's really.
You know, there are some people who are unsung heroes, Desmond listeners.
Yes.
Alma Marken was one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
She was a nation builder.
Yes, of course. Yes,
yeah.
Certainly.
Yep.
Certainly. I based on what I learned of her, she's really an outstanding was an outstanding woman and a trainer and one who produced significant professionals for the profession of journalism in Jamaica. I don't know what I'm John? Hello, John. I don't know what happened to her. Yes.
I'll leave it with this one. Durant and Desmond.
Yes.
We're in doing commercial advertising. We used to do modules, and we were writing this. There was a module we had to do in terms of writing advertising commercials. She and Leonie Forbes were the lecturers for the module.
Yes.
And I recall writing what I thought was an excellent 30-second commercial.
Yes.
Right? And I used the vernacular, yeah, from start to the end of the commercial. But in the tagline, I used standard English.
Yes.
Yeah? And Alma Markin speak up the writing, excellent writing. And then she said, I'm failing you. Yeah?
Yes.
I said, failing me? She gave me a 3 out of 10. And you know why? Because in the tagline, I did not keep to the dialect, the patois.
Yes.
I switched to standard English. So you disrespected the people's language. So to close the argument, you went to the Queen's English. You're out of order, and never forget it. Never. Leonie Fogg saved me. Leonie Fogg saved me. Leonie agreed with her, but saying no. The commercial was so well written and produced. She could not fail me for that. Alma failed me. Okay.
Yes, okay, Cliff.
All right, Desmond.
Thank you very much.
All right, Durant, how you doing, man?
Okay, Cliff. Good. But Desmond, but sorry, Cliff, I had to go. I couldn't speak about her and the community, but I can tell you there are stories of how much of a community person she was, a bastion in the community, and her role, particularly how she helped the students at CMU. Heard stories, can't speak about it personally, but she's not just a lecturer, but she's also a community person.
Yeah.
Very strong in the community.
Yeah, Durant, just hold it there a little bit, Durant. Don't move. Let me see if I get back Joan, because I don't understand. Let me just try one more time to see what really happened to Joan there. I don't know why. Yes, as you said, she was a community person, Durant.
Yes, very, very big and very strong on community.
Yeah.
I heard stories about how she helped many students, particularly in their coursework. Those students at it wouldn't be Caribbean Maritime University. It would have been Caribbean Maritime Institute.
Yes. John? Hello, John.
Yes.
Yes. What do you?
Hi, how are you doing?
I don't understand why I lost you like that. What do you remember about Sister Ali Makian?
Boy, I tell you, for me, Alma Makian was a perfectionist. And she kept on, one of the things she always said to me is check, double check, and triple check. So I have this habit of, just before deadline, instead of just sending something off, I always go back and check. And that is coming directly from Alma. The discipline that Alma Makian taught all of us is very important. And I remember once I tried to kind of almost trick her and never finish her assignment. And I thought, me, I can wing it, right? I can wing it. I'm a broadcaster. I went up there, turned on the microphone in a class, and I started to wing it, and she just stopped halfway, and she said, hold on, what is going on here, so? Yeah. Right? And she just stopped me right, because here I'm thinking that I could wing it. She said, hold on, what is going on here? So for me, Alma Makian is like a benchmark. She's like a standard to which all of us need to aspire. Yeah. For me, she's a standard bearer in broadcasting, and, my life is richer. All of us, I think, are richer for having known her. And listen, man, Alma Makian's sense of humor. If you make Mrs. Makian laugh after you, trust me, it's not a nice thing. No, man. When she does laugh after you.
They are not for me and me. But yeah, man, she was a real humorous person. And you would not sense that she had that sort of humor about her, because she looked like such a strict disciplinarian, but in truth and in fact, she wasn't.
Because even when she was not so well a year and a half ago, a couple of us, it was Cliff Hughes, it was Halshane Burkis or Sonia Sims, it was Carol Francis, myself, and we went over there to, spend birthday with her. And even though her body was frail, her mind was still so sharp, her sense of humor, she was laughing about stuff, and it was just a wonderful day all of us had with her.
Mm-hmm. Yes, really. We have really lost a giant, someone who has produced professionals for the profession of journalism in Jamaica, really. It's really
journalism is better. Yes. We're better. All of us are better for having had the connection with Alma Makian.
Yes. Well, I want to thank you for your time, both of you for your time, and as I say earlier, long live Alma Makian, and let us continue to carry on and do what we were taught. Thanks very much, Joan. Thanks very much, Durant.
Yeah, man.
Have a good day.
Okay, that's for the new.
Yes. Okay, that was Cliff Hughes, Joan, Andrea Hutchinson, and Durant Pate there paying tribute to Alma Makian. And as I said, we have lost a giant, and let us say goodbye. Long live Alma Makian. Let's go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
This old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in bed. Where would I go back to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh, the mountains too high and the valleys too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. That I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Help me, Jesus. I made Jesus my one and all. From now on this day, I'm surely gonna call. And if I don't trust it, I believe.
Yes. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. And as you know, we have our challenges. Yes, Hurricane Melissa. And we going over now to St. Elizabeth, Myersville Division, to hear what is happening in the new year, where we have Councillor Leighton Smith with us. Councillor, Happy New Year to you, sir. Yes, are you there? Are you there? Hello? I don't know what has happened to Councillor Smith. Yes, let me try something there. Councillor, you are there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, all right, hold it there, hold it. I don't, just a second, hold it. Are you hearing me now? I don't know what is happening there. Don't know. Councillor, I don't know why I don't know why I'm not hearing. Are you there now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm hearing you now, yes. So, how are things in Myersville?
Well, from the last time we spoke, I have seen nothing change. I have still not seen any benefits coming into the division. Different from what I told you the last time, that some persons were contacted through SDC and were sent to Black River, way in Black River, to collect a couple sheets of zinc and a couple pieces of board. That's the only thing I know of. I have not seen any of the officer coming into the area. I've spoken to persons up to this morning who said nobody come to assess their house until now. They said the earlier part of the November, the soldiers passed through, but nobody else come back to do a proper assessment of what is happening. So when I heard the minister saying how many 1,000 persons were assessed already and the funding will start being sent to them this month, I'm wondering where have they gone to do those assessments?
Yes.
So it is just like that's the last time I spoke to you, the little food stores that come into the individuals who might know me, who might reach out to me, and who might come into the area and deliver some food packages. The soldiers who deliver food packages in some of the areas, those soldiers are two-faced for me, you know. Because when you approach them, they say they don't take no instruction from no politician. They take instruction from the boss. So they are doing their own thing. And I have not seen anything, no one to say anything that the member of parliament is doing. So it's just back to square one as I speak.
That is not good news at all. Not so. I can imagine that still there are many people in your division who are still homeless. Their roofs are damaged, and
yes, there's a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of persons who have lost portion of their roofs or their roofs totally. Who don't fix back, who are not able to fix back their roof partially, still have tarpaulin on top of the roof. I was in the Mayazil housing scheme yesterday, and there are still houses there that lost the entire roof that don't have anything, not even as much as a tarpaulin on it. Some have one tarpaulin on it. But I said some of the persons who try to help themselves are putting back on a couple sheets of zinc just to have a place to lay their head and not wetting.
No, sir.
So
that is far.
It is.
Yeah.
It is just like that from as far as you check into Little Gazeland right through Nean into new building, might as well. Warminster, Russell, Bonavista. It's just as it is.
Yes.
I've been getting a lot of calls asking for help, but as I said to them, I'm not getting any help from government to help anybody.
Yes.
They have never even reached out to us as council to say, okay, we request some names that we can give some help to. Nothing like that. I have not heard a single word from the member of parliament.
But I think the Prime
Minister, neither for a food package.
But I think the Prime Minister last year said that councillors were being given 100 and some money.
50,000
yes.
150,000 per division, and to date today is the 7th of January 2026, and we have not received that money as yet. Up to Monday, I asked the CEO of my council, and he said he have get no information about that money. So the Prime Minister went to Parliament and made the announcement, but nothing have come. What I heard from other municipal corporations is that the ones that have money in their reserve, they go ahead and advance the money to their councillors, but they still don't get any argument from the Prime Minister yet when that money will come back to them. Let me tell you, it is pure foolishness going on now, because if you remember just after the hurricane, the Minister of Local Government said that each council division will be given $250,000 for care packages. What I have done, I have gone to a supermarket and I have gotten a supermarket to give me the goods, waiting for their payment.
Yes.
And that was from November. And we are today the 7th of January, and today not one red cent have reached the council from the minister towards that payment. Nothing whatsoever.
Then what the mayor is saying?
Well, honestly, I don't even know why I have a mayor, because I don't hear the mayor say anything. The mayor not talking out for us, honestly. I asked him, the financial officer yesterday at the municipal corporation, because the supermarket keep calling me for their money.
Of course.
And she said they have not received the money. She get a communication, well, by phone from the permanent secretary that the money will be in their account this week, their account there. So I am under pressure from the supermarket right now for their money.
Yes.
They did it last year for burial and caused us to find. I have to find 500,000 to pay a supermarket, because after the minister said we can use 500,000, we go ahead and get a good relationship with supermarket and get the stuff, and they don't pay it. We have to end up finding ways and means to pay that 500,000. Well, and it's the same thing again this year.
Yes. Boy, it is terrible, Councillor. By the way, I know that the municipal corporation in Black River was damaged. Where you people are meeting now?
Well, what they have done in Black River is the meeting room that we used to have our committee meeting. That's where they turn into, because a deck building, it was only the windows and the doors were damaged.
Yeah.
They repair it and they are working out of that. The offices are inside there. So all of the offices for all departments are working out of there. We have been keeping meeting in last month. We keep meeting in Santa Cruz at a rented office space of meeting. But it's the same thing we do in this year because tomorrow we're having council meeting and it will be coming out of that room.
Yeah.
Because of that, all the committee meetings that we have few, probably 4, they keep it out of 11. I don't know how long this can continue for, but that's what we are doing right now. I don't know why the minister can't rent a building somewhere in Santa Cruz or even Junction to operate the parish council farm. I don't know what is holding up that.
Yes.
But let's see what is what.
And they start cleaning up Black Rivers, eh?
I was down there yesterday. I see some farm of cleaning going, but nothing to talk about. Nothing to really talk about that you see a lot of road, but they are doing some cleaning.
Okay. Yes. Boy, really, it is really devastating, Councillor. Really devastating. And like, as you said, you're not, the council not getting any, the mayor, as you said, is not active, right?
No, sir.
And
let me say this to you again, Gwen. You know one of the worst things I've seen happen? The Prime Minister went to Parliament and said that members of Parliament getting $10 million for the holiday to do their clean up and whatever.
Yes.
SDC come to our council meeting in December and said they were asked to put in action the Member of Parliament's clean-up program for the holiday. And each Member of Parliament were asked to submit 100 person names and TRN for a 4 fortnightly work to do some clean-up after the hurricane. And let me tell you, my Member of Parliament asked the 3 JLP councillors to submit 20 names each. To date, he have not asked me to submit not even one.
No, sir. You mean that?
Not even one name he have not asked me to submit. I've seen some persons working in my division. All of them are labor rights. They are activists, they are workers, they are election, they are workers.
Yes.
Those are the persons who I see working in my division. He have never even take up his phone and send me a message and to submit one name. I asked the other 3 JLP councillors and they said he asked them to submit 20 names each. Not even one was asked by me to be submitted. So when I said this Member of Parliament for this constituency is just for labourers and not for nobody else. He have never from 2016 to 2026 now. That Member of Parliament have never called me and asked me to give him a name for a back to school, to give him a name for nothing whatsoever. He have never communicated with me. As I said before, one time I text him and beg him a black jump for a farmer. And he asked me to submit the farmer name and I did. That's it. Nothing else. All that he is doing, the other 3 councillors are asked to submit names for things, but he have never asked me to submit not even one name.
Wow. And it's taxpayers' money that he's spending for...
Definitely.
Spent for all... He's the Member of Parliament for all the people living in that constituency. No, Mr.
When I give out my Christmas work, I give my Christmas work to everybody. I didn't just give Christmas work to PNP alone.
Yes.
I give it to everybody.
Yes. No. That is totally unaccepted. No, that is not how it is. I tried to get him on this program, but he has not responded to me at all. I don't know if he has changed his phone number. I don't know. Right?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. But by the way, just always, you don't have any, the people in your division, they don't have any water problems now, right?
Yeah, we still have some issues with water because we just get back the NWC water collection probably about a week before Christmas. But the areas that NWC line covers are getting water now, but the areas that don't have NWC is still under pressure getting water, hardly getting any water from it through the council. When you beg a load of water through the council, it takes you so long to get it. So they are still having water challenges. It's only a good thing that little rain have been falling from there. Yes, some people might do some water harvesting, but that's it.
Yes. And electricity has been restored in Myersville.
Yeah, probably 98% of my division have electricity. Just about a couple of little areas like a part of Brinkley and the Brinkley Primary School and if you're district near All Valley. Those are the little areas that doesn't have, but you have and Buena Vista. But you have other adjoining areas like adjoining to my division like Hopeton and Dalton. Those places don't have any electricity also.
Okay. Yes. And the schools in your division are opened, right?
Yes. Brinkley school damage, but I think is the grade 1 and 2 classroom totally lost the total roof. But their school is up and running, and Russell got some damage, but they're up and running.
Yes.
The new building, basic school, lost the roof. We citizens come together and do something temporary, and they will open Monday. So I don't have much issues with the school within the division.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Smith, we have to keep in touch because these matters are very important, and they focus on the lives of the people. So thanks very much for your time, and we'll do whatever we can to publicize the situation over in Myersville. Thanks very much, Councillor.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, sir. That was Councillor Leighton Smith there over in Myersville Division in St. Elizabeth, and you heard what he said. No, that is totally unacceptable. Yes. What Councillor is saying there as it relates to the relationship between himself and the Member of Parliament. No, it is just not how it is supposed to work. Yes, it is really, really out, and something must be done to really address this situation. It can't go on like that. The Member of Parliament is the Member of Parliament for the entire constituency, both his supporters and PNP supporters. And therefore, he must do what is necessary to ensure that the people are serviced. And based on what Councillor Smith is saying there, that, it is just not how it is supposed to work at all. No. Not, this is the type of politics that we have to get rid of. We can't continue with this kind of politics. Yes. It must be something must be done, as we said. If we want to operate as a civilized country, yes, we must do something. Yes. We must be more we must be more attentive to the needs of our brothers and sisters. Yes, we must. We can't continue to operate the how we are operating now. No, just can't. Yes, so let us. Well, coming up at 3:30, we are going to be doing a year in review this year. And we are going to be looking at agriculture, crime, education, finance, yes, and see what we did, how we did last year and what must be done this year to make life better for all of us. Yes. So stay tuned. As I said, we are going to be looking at these areas. And then, as I said, this is a year when I'm urging all my listeners and viewers to convert their wishes into work. Let us work in order to make life better for all of us. Let us try and do that. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Right now, I just got me a deal with there.
So what I want, my friend George Lewis?
Why, Richie Steven? With us there, I give the almighty praises.
And the best thing that, cause when I remember just where I am coming from
To where I'm standing now,
fell to my knees in praise of your name.
thanking you, Lord, every step of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul,
With your mercy, I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. No, I will never, ever leave you. I won't be ungrateful. road. There's been times I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation that my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I've been to lots of places, seen so many faces. There were times I felt so all alone, but in my lonely hours, those special hours, Jesus let me know that I am His own. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I thank God for the mountains, thank Him for the valleys, thank Him for the storms He brought me through. 'Cause if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff that comfort me. Though the wicked will come upon me to eat up my flesh, they will stumble and fall. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. To trust in Jesus, learn to trust in God. Through it all, Lord have mercy. God in the day is still God in the night. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind like you never know. Yeah, but things change when you're down in the valley. Don't lose faith. For the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things go wrong, He make them right. And God of the good times is still God in the bad times. God in the day is still God in the night. You talk of faith when you're on top of the mountain, but talk them easy when life at its best. But it's down in the valley of trials and temptation. That's when your faith is really put to the test. Lord of mercy, for the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things go wrong, He'll make them right. God of the good times is still God in the bad times. God in the day is still God in the night. God in the day, yeah, it's God in the night. Lord of mercy, when things goes wrong, make them right. Yeah, oh bye, Lord of mercy. God in the day, God in the night. All I've got now is all to Jesus I surrender.
That a nice clear put in it. A big man in a little corner.
Yeah.
All right.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Dr. Ripper. Good afternoon, Gerald. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. December.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes. Let me just try and get, don't move, let me try and get back somebody here. Lloyd Daguilar, just 1 second, please.
But if you call me for the rip, people don't want to right? So my name is Mark.
and I don't know why Gerald moving like a ninja. The thing said D, but it's Gerald. I know.
Man, let me tell you something. I move like I got my children give me all these sophisticated phones, and I'm technologically challenged.
I'm seeing a number, and it said D. So D clearly means to deceive.
D? It's showing D? How is that?
D. I don't know what it is, whoever phone you're using. I mean, I don't know. Me and nobody's saying that. I don't know.
No. I use my phone, but it should be showing D. My phone normally shows. No, man. It's showing here G. I am seeing it as G.
Well, I know. Mark, what are you saying? I seen D. 675-5846 D.
See, not
yeah, but That's weird because I have, when it's here and I'm seeing G.
And me see no G. I see Gerald Pereira.
No.
Desmond Richards and you mean.
Yeah, but that's interesting. Mark has seen it. Because I don't think my phone always show people, because the minute I call, people could see me. That's how Mark and them identify me.
Yeah, I know. Must be my phone.
I'm not seeing a photograph of you like I'm seeing you.
No, I'm just saying it's right. It's just showing a circle. And
Yeah. I got G. And if I call, you could always see my identity on the phone.
But I want, yes, but please don't call me Ripper, because next thing you know, I can lock up.
Okay. Well,
my name is Mark.
Okay. I don't want President Trump to send the military for you, so I will.
Right.
Yes.
That man is a decent man. That's the last thing.
Yes.
That won't even get in his head, much as attempt it.
He might still send the military when we don't. We got to.
But gentlemen, we have seen another act of military power by the United States in this region. For my younger listeners and viewers, they might not know, but the Americans have carried out several invasions. It is not the first time that they have invaded countries in this part of the world. And what they have asserted is that they control this part of the world, and therefore they are entitled to do whatever they wish. Now, what do you make of the latest invasion in Venezuela? Let's start with you, Mark.
Okay. Well, I think once you look at it in the context of international law, and my colleague Mr. December is much more professional position to explain further. But I believe that this is a significant violation of international law and the principles and practices which are attached to it, alongside the violation of the spirit and, in a sense, the UN, the letters of the UN Charter. Now, indeed, I have seen the violation of international law by Venezuela since the 60s. All kinds of aggressive acts against our country and its territorial integrity and national sovereignty. So I believe that movement, that overreach by the United States, which, as you suggested, is not the first time in our region and in our hemisphere. 1954, there's Chilean issues that, that Pinochet into play as against Salvador Allende. So it's not new, but my view is that we must look at the possibility come back to a rules-based world order, and that is my first comment.
Okay.
That we have to ensure that as a global community, we come back to that mode in which we all recognize the need for peace and stability.
Yes. Mr. December, what is your take?
Yeah, thanks again. I mean, I'm a little, you got experts like Mark and Gerald,
I'm not an expert.
Thanks.
No, we're not that.
Okay, a couple of things. You mentioned, I believe, something that they have done this kind of thing before. And let me put a little footnote to that. Myself and Dr. Corto were on a program Saturday morning, and we were looking at what might be called some precedents, right? I use that term loosely. And the closest I could come to was Noriega in Panama. If you go further afield, Saddam in Iraq, Libya, Gaddafi, and so on. But in our region, where they went in and took a head of state alive, is Panama. The difference is, the U.S. always think about humanitarian intervention. They always claim that I don't think some Americans were at risk. It was the fact that the night before, the U.S. Marines in Panama had some skirmish with some Panamanian soldiers, and I think one or two of them were shot, if not killed, a corporal or so. So they used that as a pretext. Just like in Grenada, they said they're going to rescue the medical students. There were no American nationals at risk in Venezuela that night, so they could have gone in under the pretext of rescuing them. This humanitarian intervention. So on that basis alone, it's different, right? And then building from that, we see some other differences that Dr. Corton says. If you break the areas down, we had some months now, boats in the water. And I explained earlier, I can do it again quickly. There's something called innocent passage. Those boats were not conducting innocent passage. They park up in the people water, they're conducting exercises, they're flying up and down the airspace. That is not innocent passage. Innocent passage you pass through. So even the right of innocent passage, they abuse. That's for the boats in the water. Then the next thing we had is the attacks at sea. No due process. Killing people. Unfortunately, we had a CARICOM Prime Minister, the dear lady from Trinidad, but blow them out of the water and so on. No due process. I made the analogies that if they have a drug man, a drug lord, driving through an inner city in America, and the police stop him, they pull him over, they take him out of the car, they search him, they search the vehicle, they interdict him, they charge him, they take him to court. That's drugs that are in the United States already. So if that's how you treat the people who have the drugs in America, 1,000 and something miles away, Miami is 1,300 miles away from Venezuela, how you go blow people out of the water with no evidence? I don't know if you could sit down in Washington and see a little pirogue off the Trinidad coast and say, you know, the boat got drugs in it, you know the nationality people, you know where the boat going, and you know for sure where the boat is going to reach the United States. People who know about this thing tell you that even with 3, 4, 250 horsepower engines, those boats can't make it to Miami. They got to stop somewhere. So you look at the rules or you look at the practice or the precedent, and it gets very, very hazy. And then you come now Saturday night, right? You had boats in the water, you had attacks at sea. You come now Saturday night to a land invasion, violation of the sovereignty, right? Violation of the territorial integrity. There's the difference between interference, which you could do like cybercrime, you know, financing an opposition party and so on, and intervention that we saw Saturday night.
Yes.
You ask me for justification. I don't know. I think if you go and look on the internet now, if you look at the definition of Venezuela, it will show in the dictionary confusion. And if you go on the outside and look at confusion, it says see Venezuela, because you're getting mixed signals. The gentleman said, first of all, he was after drugs. Now they come on the land, he said oil. So those people that were blown out of the water in the pirogues, you kill them because of drugs or oil. And he come on the land now, he said, we're going to run Venezuela. The next day on the talk shows, Marco Rubio tried to walk it back. He said, we ain't really going to run the country, we're going to run the policy. And for me, I'll end here by saying, for me, the most intriguing image, you know, the picture said 1,000 words, in terms of the confusion of what is going on. You see a man standing in a court in New York City in shackles and a jumpsuit and said, I am the president of Venezuela. No, there's a comedy of errors. You don't know what transpired the past couple of days. Miss Delcy Rodriguez, one day, she said Maduro is the president. Next day, she said, oh, she's willing to work with the U.S. government. So we really don't know. And in the meantime, our folks in CARICOM are still trying to figure out what is happening.
Let me hear from Gerald. Gerald, what is your take?
Yeah. Well, first of all, my brother, I expected this to, you have two intelligent persons on this program, Dr. Corton and Mr. December. And you will not get Mr. Corton and December coming out like some of these, the idiots we have, positions that are absolutely absurd. So having these two brothers here, it's a real asset. Good. I just want to say this, and I got some differences. That the bombing of Venezuela and then going in and kidnapping the president and his wife is one of the most reckless acts of international criminality. Right, coming from the fascist Trump regime. Trump is even threatening, he has threatened the presidents of Mexico and Colombia. And if you listen to Trump and those around him, they're telling you plain that the Western Hemisphere, this area belongs to them. And they're saying that sovereignty and independence mean nothing to them. They will decide. This is what is coming out of their mouths. Listen to them. Good. They've taken the Monroe Doctrine to one of the most absurd heights. And anyone who studied the Monroe Doctrine would know that when they started expanding from the original 13 colonies and start taking over places like what today is New Mexico and California, the American founding fathers and the American ruling elite never recognized and took the independence and sovereignty of the nations in their so-called backyard seriously. They never did. They never did. America reluctantly recognized the independence years ago of Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Chile. Okay? And they did not. It was 60 years after the Haitian Revolution, after the Haitian revolutionaries declared the independence from France, that the Americans recognized Haiti's independence. Sort of nominal, because Lincoln signed the proclamation, because the southern states, slave base that was based on that defended slavery, Lincoln broke up, when they broke away, Lincoln signed the proclamation and then recognized Haiti for certain reasons, which we won't go into now. But having said that, getting back to Guyana and Venezuela. Now, we have always had this territorial issue with Venezuela. And Mark has been around, and both Mr. December, these are seasoned people who work in the areas of international relations and diplomacy. The United States has always supported Venezuela on the territorial issue. Since the days of Raúl Betancourt, they supported, and going back many days. When they invaded Ancoco and took the Guyanese half, the Americans, nobody objected. It was occupied. This is long decades before Maduro and Chavez. They occupied that with the full backing of the United States. It was never returned to Guyana. If you went to Venezuela, you will find all Venezuelans, be they Maduro supporters, Chavistas, communists, fascists, liberals, they all believe that Essequibo belongs to Venezuela. That's not going to go away regardless of which government is in office. We have to realize that our territorial issue is has its roots in the colonial carve-up of this part of the world. But as the saying goes, once the baby is out of the womb, you can't stuff it back. So I believe that Essequibo, of course, belongs to Guyana. But right now, the fundamental contradiction is not between Maduro and Rodriguez and Guyana and Essequibo. It's between us and imperialism, the Trump administration that is prepared to trample on everybody. That is what they're doing. And what this has done is that it has galvanized South America. Should see the hundreds of thousands in the street. This is going to blow back. And listen what is going to happen. You see all those thousands of people who the Trump regime has deported back to Venezuela and other countries. They are being weaponized. Anti-imperialist groups are using them. They're those who had considered themselves apolitical or non-political are getting very political. And they're going to join the ranks of those who are going to stand up to America. I think what Trump did is going to have tremendous repercussions. That is not going to be nice. Because I think you're going to see the streets are going to be very, very unsafe for representatives of the U.S. empire, not only South America, but in Africa, because there was an attempted assassination. There was an attempt to assassinate Ibrahim Traore. Again, there was an attempt the same night when they went and kidnapped Maduro and his wife. So right now you see there is mass demonstrations in Africa. So I don't think what the U.S. Trump talking about running Venezuela, it's not going to be impossible. It's going to be impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are so many guerrilla groups that are armed and preparing to get a jab at America. And I think what we are going to see in South America is what maybe Che Guevara called for many moons ago, the Tricontinental Gathering. Create 1, 2, 3 Vietnams to them. We're living in that period.
Yes, gentlemen, just hold it for me. We are going to take a break. This is Rebel Radio. We are talking about the invasion of Venezuela. Let's take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Hardware and Supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, power in what matters.
Yes, welcome back.
I'm here, man.
Yes.
We are running late, man.
Yes. We are talking about Venezuela, and we have online with us Dr. Mark Ripper Curtin, lecturer Neville December, and activist Gerald Piera, and Trevor Brown has joined us here. Trevor, what is good afternoon and welcome. What is the latest on this invasion? What are you learning?
I guess the other matter comment. Good afternoon, Gerald, Brother Curtin. Trying to figure out who's the other person.
Yes.
Listen, I was in a discussion, I think it was yesterday, and it was largely that, there is a major propaganda war. Well, it has not. I don't think it has ever left the Venezuelan space in terms of how the empire sees Venezuela. But especially since January the 3rd and the kidnapping of Brother Maduro and his wife Sierra. It seems that there has been, as we say in Jamaica, that thing has turned up. It has been lifted a notch. And I don't know if this is the other comers' experience. Like, for example, they are showing all the photos, and all the videos of 2020 and 2023, even during the time of Guaido, as representing people who are celebrating the removal of Maduro. Yet nothing is being shown of what is taking place. As a matter of fact, there was a meeting scheduled today that they have postponed because of the kinds of massive demonstration that is taking place in Caracas, where the people are marching for a return of their president and his wife. So I think part of what is happening now, and I was just off the phone with another comrade of ours, I think they're all known well, Sikaya. I was telling him I have heard here yesterday on the news where Bahamas, it seems, has been co-opted as part of this propaganda warfare against Venezuela, to say that the Venezuelan authorities are harassing Bahamian citizens. You know, so that is where I think, apart from the things that Trump speaks, I mean, Trump 31 if is another mouth, it is your office is speaking from. Apart from that, but there has been a lot. There's a strong push of disinformation, and to show the Venezuelan, the leadership, the regime has been harsh and brutal, because I hear one of foreign, I don't know if you guys heard this too, where the foreign journalists are being expelled from Venezuela. So, you know, to me that's where what is happening now.
Well, let me hear.
Neville said,
I'm going to give each of you 1 minute for your final comments. Start with you, Dr. Curtin.
Right. No, I'm saying, as Neville said, there's a significant level of uncertainty and fluidity in Venezuela. But my view is that when we look at what has impacted on CARICOM, I think CARICOM, because for me, and I can speak for me, I believe that it is important for us to continuously assess where CARICOM is in all of this. We are fragmented at the moment. A lot of acrimony seems to be around. But I believe that we need, in some way, to find, to redouble our efforts, especially in the context of this changing environment that we find ourselves in. Because we, for example, Petro-Caribbean is over as far as I see it. Those small states may have difficulty acquiring the kind of oil that they need, fuel that they need in the short to medium term. Those are questions. And if this thing were to boil over, as you're suggesting, there may be, unrest. What, as a region, are we going to do in terms of preparation for any new surge of migrants? Humanitarian crisis could emerge. And what can we do as a region to help our brothers and sisters who may have to move as a result of that kind of stuff? So I believe that is where we need to be focusing on at this stage. How are we prepared as a region to deal with some eventualities? Okay. We don't want to alarm people. I'm not an alarmist, but I believe we need to prepare.
Okay. But Mr. December, what are your final comments? Hello, Mr. December. Not hearing from him. Gerald?
Yeah. I'm saying part of the problem is that it's a moving target. Are we not sure? We don't even know what the issue is, and therefore we're not quite sure how to respond. Originally, they say it was drugs. Then they go on the land, they say it's oil. If you notice, every step along the way, they had U.S. military and DEA. By the time they get to New York, they say they arrest this man for drugs and they produce another indictment. So it's no longer international law and intervention, it's U.S. jurisdiction. They're prosecuting him for conspiracy to import cocaine, which is a national crime under U.S. jurisdiction, and we're not even sure if that U.S. jurisdiction extends that far. So it's very difficult to respond. You know, Mr. Gonzalez won the election last year. The U.S. government recognized him and Ms. Machado, and then they just cut them loose. And you're going to run with Delcy, who is part of the existing regime. So we don't have regime change. That presidential change, this is unprecedented.
Okay.
So it's still a lot of moving parts. And really, for our friends in CARICOM, with the greatest of respect, they put out a statement Saturday morning. Strangely enough, it was the Bureau, not the whole conference, the Bureau, which is the current chairman, PM Drew from St. Kitts, Jamaica, your Prime Minister, the most honorable, and I can't remember who's the incoming chair, the three of them. And it says some things like respect for the UN Charter, including sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, and respect for human dignity. And I'm like, hello, where were these principles Saturday night when they violate the principles in the UN Charter? Non-use of force, non-intervention, sovereignty of Venezuela, territorial integrity of Venezuela. One to other, and now 24 hours after, you issue a statement citing those kind of principles when we got to this position because those principles were trampled upon. So we in for a rough ride, really and truly. I think we're in for a rough ride. Let's let the dust settle. Let's see how things are going to go. Initially, people were rejoicing on Maduro's removal. Now you see people protesting Maduro's removal. People calling for Mr. Maduro to be returned.
Okay.
As silly as that is.
All right.
Let's see. We're in a state of flux. We're in a state of flux.
Yes. Gerald, your final
Well,
word?
as Trevor said, you know, from what we're picking up there, from activists there, as Trevor said, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of lies being told, right? You listen to Trump, Rubio, and them, you know, these guys are just downright liars. We've always been told by the West and their surrogates that, oh, Maduro is an illegitimate president. He didn't win the elections. That's not true. Listen to the Carter statement that Jimmy Carter made when he went and observed the elections there. They invited in the last elections that they had, you had more representatives of over 8 to 1,000 organizations that went from Africa and all over the world at polling stations to observe the elections. Those people who hit the streets today, they're not people who were anti-Maduro. Those are the Chavistas hitting the streets by the hundreds of the thousands. And you know what people don't seem to understand? There are armed groups in Venezuela that are independent of the ruling party, like the Tupamaros. One of the Tupamaro leaders was jailed for years. I mean, Chavez went into prison. He met some of the Tupamaros. The Tupamaros is an independent organization, ideologically linked. They proclaim their ideology as Marxism, Leninism, but they're independent. They work in the communities and all of that. They support Chavez. They supported Chavez and the revolution, but they have some ideological and political differences. But they put that aside and focus on confronting imperialism. The Tupamaras are the ones who you see riding the motorbikes in the streets, 2 on a bike, and are heavily armed. And they have the backing and support of the National Liberation Army, which is one of the guerrilla groups that has an estimated 15,000 fighters in Colombia. And remember that a group that was part of FARC that went back to the battlefield,
yes,
and pick up back arms. And you have many left-wing militias in Brazil too. Yes, and many of them came into being after Bolsonaro came into office. Okay. So what you're going to see is not nice. So those people you see that has hit the street by the hundreds of thousands, right? They've debunked the slide that Maduro and them ain't got support. No. We all know, Mark can tell you this, anybody who's an activist, Mr. December, we all know this. No regime can maintain its rule by coercion alone. None. None. Okay. Doesn't happen in any part of the world.
Can I just add a little, brother Gerald said?
Let me hear from Trevor.
Gerald.
Trevor, your final word.
Yeah, my final word. I was fortunate to be one among over 1,000 delegates from over 100 countries that was last year's, 2024 election. Yeah. And as Jimmy Carter said, and I wrote a piece too, which up to now got over maybe $7,000 to $8,000 hits or so on. What Jimmy Carter said was what I saw. And as I said, when I came home to Jamaica, I think I even said it on our business program earlier. Yes. After I came back, that there is no way how you can steal Venezuelan election the way how the thing is set up.
Correct, he said
It
that.
can't be stolen, my brother. I just will give you an example. It takes you about 90 seconds to vote, to come inside and to exit. And within that 90 seconds, they identify you as the voter.
Mm-hmm.
Then they send where that machine recognizes, you put a thumbprint, the machine recognizes you person. And when you move from that thumbprint, you go on a screen, like a 19-inch flat screen, and it has all the candidates on it. You shadow whichever candidate you want to vote. And when you shadow that, there's a question that asks is really general you want to vote for, and when you vote in the affirmative, then you press your finger on Gerald's image.
Yeah.
As soon as you do that, there's a receipt. There's a receipt that comes out of a printer that is connected. So that receipt now is then dropped in a little box close to where that is connected to that printer. What you call it now? Not the printer.
Yeah.
From the video, from the screen. And then when you're leaving now, you go to a table, the same table that you came in the first place, and you sign your name. And they are representative of each candidate in that little polling booth that you are. Okay. And like in banking, when they say you balance what you do for the day. Everybody's there balancing what is from this booth. And that situation happens right across Venezuela.
Okay.
So for them to say Venezuela, I want to put the last point on this. When the outcry was by Machado and Gonzalez that it was stolen, Maduro said, okay, so that's the argument now. Let us go to the Supreme Court. The only with the evidence that we have, the only person that did not turn up are Machado and our people and Gonzalez to show that yes, this is our evidence. Even now as we speak, that they have not come and said, this is my evidence to show that the man stole the election.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we have to leave. Gentlemen, we have to leave it there for today. But this is a discussion that we have to continue because this situation is very interesting and it's something that, as Gerald pointed out, our rights are being trampled on. I want to thank you very much for your time. And as I said, let us continue with this discussion. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes. That was Dr. Mark.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Mark.
All right.
Yes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, that was, we were talking about the situation in Venezuela. Yes, and well, as you know, this situation is something that we have to continue to pay attention to because it is very significant event in our region. It's not the first time the Americans have done it, but as I say, that it is something that we have to pay attention to. All right, we are going to now turn our attention to looking at this situation now with our hearing review. Yes, that is what we are going to look at. And as I indicated to you that we'll be looking at education, crime, agriculture, and the economy. Yes, that is what we are going to do, and we have a group of panelists who are going to be talking with us on this situation. As I said, it is as you know, as we say, yes, sir. Yes, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, Ralston, good evening.
Yeah, man, good evening.
Yes. And as I indicated, that we are looking at what happened in 25, year in review, and we want to look at what should be done this year in order to make life better for our people. And we are going to start our discussion this evening by looking at the economic situation. And we have with us economist and well-known economic analyst in Jamaica, Ralston. Ralston, good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Now, Ralston, let us look at how did the economy perform last year?
Well, last year was a very challenging year. We started to come out of the recession created by Hurricane Beryl. If you remember, during the second quarter of 2024, the economy declined by 2%. Then came Beryl, and we had, first it was recorded as 5.5% decline. It was subsequently revised down to a 3.2% decline. Then there was a decline of another 4% during the fourth quarter. So we ended up in a V-shaped recession. In the first quarter of this year, of 2025, the economy rebounded by 1.1%. Second quarter, 1.6%. And last week we got the report, which was up 5.1% compared with a 3.2% decline during the of last year. And then on October 28th came Hurricane Melissa, which wiped out 40% of the country's, or 8.8 billion of the country's infrastructure, which is equivalent to about 40% of GDP. And all the international experts are projecting that we could see a 10 to 13% decline in the economy at the end of this March quarter. So a very challenging year.
Yes. And what as we speak, you spoke about challenge. As we speak, thousands of our brothers and sisters in Western Jamaica are homeless, and you know, it is really going to be a challenge. But what are some of the, looking at the year 2026, what are some of the things, what policies, solutions, or some of the measures that the government should take in order to try and balance the devastation left by Melissa?
So we could fill out some more. In 2025, we also saw that the governor of the Bank of Jamaica said he spent 1.1 billion in order to keep the dollar at 160 to 1. He also said that he had to mop up 135 billion Jamaican dollars in order to achieve that objective. We also saw today he was trying to mop up 47 billion, and the people with money provided 61 billion. So that's another thing. We also saw the trade deficit.
61 million or 61 billion?
When government talk about money, a billion we talk about, man, not million, man. Them days they done. Billion and trillion. Yeah. All right. We also saw inflation coming out at 4.4%. The trade deficit difference between imports and exports deteriorated to 3.9 billion from 3.75 billion during the previous year. So remember, we also, prior to Hurricane Melissa, the unemployment rate was 3.3%. It is now somewhere in the region of about 15 to 20% based on the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa. We also saw the government seeking financial assistance from the multilateral agencies, 3.6 billion in loans, 2.4 billion in foreign direct investments. Right. So come back now. So this year, the first thing that the government needs to do this year is to complete the discussions with the multilateral agencies so that we can start drawing down some of the 3.6 billion in loan funding, and they need to start building back the country's infrastructure. So the roads and the houses in that section of the country, they need to move on those things quickly. They should have moved on those things already, so it's late right now, but better late than never. Those are some of the things that they need to do urgently to get the thing going. There's a certain weakness in the financial team, as the whole world has seen. Maybe they haven't seen it, but in order to do that, they need to strengthen the financial team so we can complete the discussions as quickly as possible and get the show on the road.
Yes. And and let me just I saw where the
stock market also fell by 5% last year to another piece of data. Yeah. The main index of the Jamaica Stock Exchange fell by 5% last year too.
I saw where the multilateral agencies have provided the government with over $6 billion in assistance. Now, that we suffered losses of over 8 billion, Melissa, but the agencies have provided so far over 6 billion. Now, that money, that is going to increase our debt. Am I right?
Yeah, man. 3.6 billion of that is loan, which is going to increase our debt, and 2.4 billion is supposed to be private capital that they are going to try to mobilize for us.
Okay. Now, you know that before, Melissa, the government was in discussions with higher wage talks. Now, how do you see that? How you see that is going to work out, Ralston?
Well, the minister will have to sit down with the trade unions, and that is why people have been saying that you need a broad-based approach to this thing, because the government is going to need the cooperation of the members of the trade union movement in order to come up with a package that is not going to be damaging to the economy, but will also satisfy the workers. So that is part of the difficult task that they need to start as early as possible. And the current attitude of we alone can do it, that's not going to work.
Yes.
Because they are going to need the cooperation of the trade union leaders.
Yes.
So they are approaching a big problem the wrong way.
Yeah. Ralston, don't you think that we need to focus some more on local production so that we are able to reduce spending on imported food?
Well, that's the point we are making when we are telling you that the trade deficit is deteriorating. So it's logical that if the trade deficit is deteriorating, tourism earnings are falling out. Well, the big thing that happened last year is that remittance flows declined by 8.3% during the month of October. So those are your major sources of foreign exchange. If they are falling out, it means that you need to be focusing more on domestic production in order to save foreign exchange. You also need to be exporting more, but you also need to be diversifying your trading partners to include more work with CARICOM, more work with Latin America, more work with Africa, which is the climbing superpower, and more work with Asia. Yeah, so those have to be some of the priorities.
Yes. And, well, do you see the government moving in that direction? Have you seen any signs? It is early in the year, but do you see them, have you seen any signs that they are really moving in those directions? Are they
I mean, this thing is no early in the year business. These are things that they should have been doing a long time ago. So Parliament and recess when the country is in an emergency. It's just total garbage because the world is not waiting on us. Look at what the Donald did over the weekend. Look at what he's doing now. All those things are making the international environment more uncertain and making everything more difficult. Yeah, they are not doing anything at all.
Yes.
So yeah, they're not doing it. Their approach to the problem is wrong. Yeah.
So, and you don't see the economy growing. Last year it grew by what, 1% growth?
Yeah, man. For the last 10 years, the average is 0.8%. So what I'm seeing the growth is stagnation all the way.
Yeah.
But what we're going to see now, because if we decline by between 10 and 13% as the multilateral agencies are predicting right now, it is going to take a heavy lifting in order to keep us out of a steep recession, especially given the deterioration in the international environment that the Donald is causing at this time.
So you are looking at some really negative situation this year,
in 2026, yeah, because remember, we're coming out of the before we could have come out of the devastation caused by Melissa, by Melissa, and now before we even start to come out of the devastation caused by Melissa, because we haven't done anything yet to start coming out of the devastation by Melissa. Up comes the Donald with all of this madness internationally. So we have two things now. We have a bad domestic situation and the international situation is becoming more volatile. And we haven't done a thing yet. Not one thing has been done.
Ralston, I want to thank you very much for your time this afternoon. And we have to, this situation is a situation that we have to keep our eyes on because it is what we are facing right now. Thanks very much. Let us say to be
all right, sir. Blessings.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Blessings. Blessings.
Ralston Hyman there telling us what is happening in the economy. Let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
With your super saving summer sale, prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Was lost taught my heart to fear and grace my fears relieve. I'm precious need the grace I believe I first believe. Are you with me? So amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Through many dangers, joy and sneers, I have already become. For was grace that brought me safe this far, and the grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Welcome back, yes, and as we are reviewing last year and we are looking at agriculture now, and I have with me two farmers in the Caribbean, Shiraz Khan out of Trinidad and Steve Lane out of Barbados. We were supposed to have the JAS president with us, but not reaching him. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you.
Oh, pleasant afternoon to you.
Yes. So, when you look at agriculture, Shiraz, let me start with you. When you look at agriculture now, what happened in Trinidad last year, and what are your projections for this year?
Well, we had a very tough last 2025. There was a lot happening very negatively for our local farmers. We had some with a serious dry season in 2025. We continue to have we continue to have those challenges continuing in 2026. But what was very frightening to us is that we continue with all the clamor and all the advocacy and all the talking that we have been talking. We continue to have large importation of dump products into the country. We continue to have that coming in and truly destroying local farmers, because the dump product is actually what in local parlance we call dog cheap. Because there is no way with the present increase of grains because of the war that is going on. And then after COVID, with all the problems that we face with foreign exchange and problems, especially with farmers, because people got to remember, especially livestock farmers, if it is that during the COVID, if the country was shut down for 6 months, a year, whatever period it shut down, we could not have abandoned our animals. Even though people could not move around with the state of emergency to buy products and only a limited time around, we still have to milk our goats, milk our cows, and pick up our eggs and so on. So there was a portion of time when people were actually giving away products to the public because nobody was buying. Remember, a lot of people were not working, was out of work. People were sent home without pay and all of that. So, it continued up to this point in time. But with the importation of those dump products into the Caribbean, farmers, especially livestock farmers, is reeling under that. Because I see some posts from other people within the Caribbean area who are indulging in importation of the dump products, because actually the products out of the supermarket after spending 4 months, 120 days, are stamped food. Stamped food. And it is not healthy because we never knew, and I know we talked about that, but we reviewed last year. We don't know how long it had been slaughtered and was in storage. And then when it crossed the 4 months, they stamp it for pet food, and the Caribbean countries buy it. And we buy a lot and then sell it out to smaller countries, right? And imagine in 2025, you had lamb selling for $18 and goat, a 5-pound leg was selling for $100 or $20. Right? You had the pig farmers. I'm a Muslim, but I do eat pork, but I'll talk about the farmers. You had a pork leg selling for $75, a 5-pound pork leg selling, and there was no way the local farmers could even meet that kind of price. So we just suffered. We suffered all of that, and I know in some other Caribbean countries it was devastating for them. We got to do something, and I remember having the same discussion with you way back in 2024 that led us to having this Caribbean Farmers Association, and we got to push it. We got to get it going, and we got to lobby a lot for our protectionism as Caribbean people, not Trinbago, not Jamaica, not Barbados alone, but as a Caribbean people, because our Caribbean is going to be facing a lot of health problems and with consuming these rejected meats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Lane, what would you what's happened in Barbados last year?
I think my brother said it all, especially about the impact of imports. We've had some challenges in the poultry industry. I don't think that one of the major hatcheries were bringing in the best quality eggs out of the United States. That is where we import our hatching eggs, both for broilers as layers, but the layers seem to be a better source. But we had some high mortality in the poultry industry with the broilers. Seasonally, especially during the hotter months of the year, we've had some real challenges with heat. So the density of the house, of the stocking in the poultry houses had to be reduced to mitigate against high mortality, but still baby chicks were dying, and we've had some very aggressive language with one of the major hatcheries here, but they always try to put a spin on it. But that is part of the struggle. A positive that we've had is that we were able to source money and resuscitate the dairy industry. We brought in some animals, jerseys as well as Holstein, out of Canada. We thought we might have had some difficulties with climatizing them to the environment, but some of the persons were able to put them in houses with shade covering, as well as some fans. So we did fairly well with that. And if we didn't take that initiative, even though it was costly, our milk industry would have been in a serious condition. So I'm very happy that we were able to save the dairy industry, the milk industry in particular, and mitigate against further imports, especially of powdered milk out of New Zealand. That we were importing a lot of powdered milk out of New Zealand. But the whole complaint is that even though China has reduced significantly its imports of grain out of the U.S., we did not see the benefit of the excess grain. I suspect the U.S. government were paying some of their farmers to put it back into the soils and not sell it to this region, significantly reduced costs that could have helped the livestock industry, the pork industry, the poultry industry, and sheep and goats. Yeah, sheep and goats. Because if you can feed them better, especially that black belly sheep that again is bought a lot from Babel, that animal could give you 3, 4, even 5 per liter, and with improved nutrition and improvement in grasslands, they can do exceptionally well. There's a friend of mine that's doing very well, a guy named Richard Hood. He's got he got rid of his cows, and in fact he developed a herd of goats, and he have a market, but from time to time he's had some problems with stray dogs. So even when you're managing your farm, there's some things that face some challenges. So there's an element of optimism, but today I was reading that Trinidad, even though they have reached out to the United States, I see the United States have just passed some restrictions on bringing condiments out of Trinidad, and I know condiments out of Trinidad is a big thing, the pepper sauces and things like that, and they're going to put some serious restrictions on that.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, this is to both of you. What are your projections for agriculture in the Caribbean this year, and what you think should be done to improve agriculture in the Caribbean this year?
One of the things I think is quite important for us is start working together and start lobbying together, but also come up with systems where we can improve our production, increase our production, and have some protectionism from states, from our countries, and demand protectionism, because we're not asking them that we just stop all the import, right? It is critical that we have some things that we know that we can produce in large quantities to be self-sufficient. But there are a great amount of commodities. Once given the support within the necessary administration, we could surpass it, because we did it before, right? Okay, Mr. Lane has done a very good thing in terms of in Barbados and the Prime Minister and so on, to bring in the dairy cows and so on. In 2000, we were producing 14 million liters, and now we're down to just barely making 1 million liters when they come because of the necessary support. Land tenure is a major problem that's going on for almost 40 years now, right? Land tenure is a thing that even though you're farming, everybody knew you're a farmer and you don't have land tenure. But because without land tenure, you cannot benefit from the incentives because all the incentives is geared towards recognizing only registered farmers. And you cannot be a registered farmer without land tenure. I don't know what is going on in member states. But additionally, I think with the Caribbean Farmers Association coming on stream shortly, some of these discussions could be very carried on within the Caribbean Farmers Association because remember, Mr. Lane, Mr. Desmond, that there are commodities that each member state has a very high level of experience and expertise to produce, right? And we could select certain commodities for certain member state and produce large amount of it in our member state rather than trying to produce a little of everything to satisfy one need. But those who had, after a good survey has been completed, we know who could produce the best tomatoes, the best melon, the best onion like Bahamas has been doing and other countries. We need to understand this and give the assistance of taking all their goods from them in other member states and they take it from us and so on, and let us keep our food import bill down. But at the same time, we are helping our neighbors and bartering with our neighbors. Bartering has been a long tradition of the Caribbean people. Among villages, among countries, among so many things. Because you look at our West Indies cricket match in times gone by, everybody had a basket and everybody was eating and sharing, and sometimes a basket gone quite down the lane and you don't know where the basket is until you ask about it. Sometimes you leave a drink here and you send it down the road, you never get it back. That is the spirit of the Caribbean people. And we have to continue that because somebody wants to destroy our Caribbean unity. Some people want to separate us and tell us we're supposed to be independent of one another, which is, this, in my language, is nonsense. The Caribbean has a different vibes to other people. The Caribbean has never seen what is taking place with us now, but somebody feel that the Caribbean is too nice and quiet and making and having a good time and still producing and eating and living long. So why it discontinue? Brothers and sisters who listening here today, our Caribbean have to remain a zone of peace. We have to continue with the love. We have to continue with the respect. Whoever else have a different point of view, we need to let them where the box stop.
Yes.
Yeah?
Mr. Lane?
Yeah.
What do you think should be?
Well, I have to agree with everything said. What we need in the Caribbean, especially countries like Barbados, islands like Barbados, we put a lot of emphasis on tourism. Tourism is very expensive. Very little of, we claim to be bringing in over 1 million persons. The reality of it is that those persons make deposits overseas. And therefore very little come into an island like Barbados. What comes in there is because they get also a lot of concessions. Duty-free vehicles, duty-free equipment for developing the hotels. So we give a significant amount to that. What we need to do is, in fact, provide better security for farmers in Barbados. Some of the hotels now are showing the initiative when it's convenient for them to buy produce out of the island from local farmers. But they put so many restrictions, the same restrictions that I do not see on imported meats. There's so much that the certification has up another certification that you want from production, how transportation have to be in chill conditions. While I see at the same time, not level of traceability not happening to chicken wings coming out of the UK. They come into these islands, especially Barbados, in bulk. Then they have to be thawed out in a room. So it might take several 20 or 24 hours to thaw. Then they repackage in smaller. Certainly, these do not meet the health requirements. But this is the and hypocrisy that we in the poultry industry in Barbados cannot have the opportunity to do that. We have to be at a higher standard in terms of how we distribute and the traceability, the day of the hatching, the day of the time period, which location on the island, the farm, the processing plant, all of that have to be documented. And it puts significant pressure on the smaller farmers. The bigger production houses can do it. The bigger farms that are in fact vertically integrated, that have their own hatchery, that have their own poultry, the modern tunnel pens to grow them out in, and therefore the environment don't impact as negatively with them. And they have the processing plants. When there appear to be a crisis, will the Ministry of Agriculture then start inviting James and myself and other members to high-level meetings and asking us where is our projections? What can we do to mitigate any shortage? But as soon as the perceived crisis goes away, then we're back to the normal thing where the merchants are in fact controlling. The merchants are demanding that government create opportunities for them for imports. There's no loyalty among most of them to local production. And I think that is where we in the Caribbean need to strengthen our position in terms of marketing. If we can't market through the supermarkets, then we are going to have to evolve where we market directly and give that discount to the consumers. I'm sure they will lobby government further that if you're selling like meats and things like that, that you have to have the conditions, probably a vehicle with a chiller close by and all that. But we eventually can get around that. Or we can just give people our numbers and let them come to our farms. But we have to provide that service for the community. And increasingly, people are getting poorer in this region when we thought that in fact we have gone beyond that. So we need to empower our people, we need to empower our farmers, and we need to empower the persons in the community. So if that 30% or 35% that the profit margin that the supermarkets are getting from our product, we can give that back to the communities that we come from.
Yes.
And that is a projection where I'm going, particularly in the poultry industry and at the Barbados Agricultural Society this year coming ahead of us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me just jump in. I'm totally agreeing with Mr. Lane. But Mr. Lane, throughout the Caribbean, when with this tourism that we're talking about, majority of the money is not made by the locals in any form or fashion. It's basically the tour guides and the restaurants that they choose to go to. They don't go. We stop. It seems like in Trinidad is like only in the Maracas and the Bacon Shack, but otherwise they're going to the big fancy restaurant most of the time. When we want the doubles is a thing, yes, but a lot of people shy away from some of our rich local dishes that we used to have in the countryside. and they go to just some of the major locations, the tourism, and then they go to Tobago. But the tourism, the money is made basically by the people who are arranging the tours, and the US dollars stay with them.
Yes.
The US dollars, because I have a friend that do business in Maracas, and he said that they don't ever come with US dollars to buy from them. There's always CT.
Right.
Do you understand? And that is something. Yeah, sir.
Gentlemen, we have to wind it up today, though. One of the things that we will have to continue this discussion next week, and when we meet in our forum, the farmers group. But we have to end it there today. Thank you very much, Mr. Lane. Thank you very much, Shiraz.
Thank you for this opportunity again. As normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for having us, and you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you very much. This is Rebel Radio. Let's take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, power in what matters.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we continue our year in review discussion. And we are now turning to the trade unions. Yes, what is happening at the workplace. And I have with me Mr. Vincent Morrison from UCASE in Jamaica, and Mr. Michael Anisette from Trinidad. Yes, and we are going to be looking at, as I said, what is happening in the trade union movement. Yes, Mr. Anisette from the National Trade Union Center in Trinidad, yes. And gentlemen, we want to look at the trade union, how did the trade unions and perform, how did the labor movement perform last year, and what are your projections this year? Mr. Morrison, I want to start with you. How would you describe the performance of the trade union in Jamaica last year?
First, let me extend greetings, compliments of the season, whatever it is, to our colleague from Trinidad, Mr. Anisette. I see you have some fireworks not very far from your shores, Mr. Anisette, and I hope everything will go well. But what I can say as a Jamaican I'm not happy with what is happening in Venezuela. You know, it's in my mind worse than what Henry Morgan and others usually do in the early days. The international community seems to, I don't know how to describe that, because, you know, everybody seems to be at some freezing point as we speak over the issue. But in terms of the trade union movement in Jamaica, I would want to believe that the movement in Jamaica is not as vibrant. It is not as aggressive. Huh? And I dare say it is not as progressive as years gone by. We have problems in terms of our structure as regards the Confederation of Trade Unions. We are not sure if the Confederation is functioning at its optimal best. And, you know, when your Confederation, when your National Trade Union Center is not functioning and firing as it ought to be, it leaves gaps in the system. You know, the employers are always there waiting, watching and ready to take disadvantage of the situation.
But Mr. Morrison, the Confederation by itself, you know, can only be firing and effective when the unions are participating. It's the unions that make up the Confederation, you know.
I know that. You don't have to tell me that.
Okay.
But this is what I mean. But the Confederation, when you're elected president of an organization or an executive of an organization, you have a role to play.
Mm-hmm.
All the unions that were in the Confederation, many of them are still inside there now. A lot of them, the teachers come out, the nurses come out. All of the mightily strong groups have left the Confederation.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the leadership that will inspire people coming together. And we believe it's unfortunate. But when I talk about the Confederation in Jamaica, I can also talk about the Confederation in the Caribbean. Because I think that is not what I know it to be, you know. But that's for another occasion. Now, there are two groups in Jamaica. We have the private sector group and we have the public sector group. The public sector group is presently waiting to commence or to continue negotiations with the government. I think it's going to be a very long, hard and hot summer going forward. Yes, we have the hurricane that came and the untold damage to a certain section of the union, of the nation rather. But the workers have to survive. The workers in Kingston and those parishes that had a lot of problems have their relatives in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, St. Anne, Trelawney, and over St. James. And they have to help. And they can only help when the government decides to sit down with them and settle their salaries and their fringe benefits. I don't get the impression that they does about this period. And I do get the impression that they may want to use Hurricane Melissa as an alibi, right? To keep the workers in the sufferation that they know best. But I want to say that my union, we just had a response from the Minister of Finance, and we are going to ask for an early meeting with them so that we can start to negotiate. The 2% that they offer to the workers is a damn insult, right? When they take 300% last year, they offer the workers 2%. Can you imagine? The employers took on themselves 300%, right? And offer the workers, the people who are doing the effective work, the productive work, 2.5% or 7.5% over 3 years. Inflation is on the creep. You could very well describe it as creeping inflation. Every time I normally go to the supermarket sometime with my wife, and I can tell you, I see a lot of people struggling. Pick up certain things, and when them reach the cashier, and the cashier start to tick, bam, 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 they have to put it back. People have to survive. People have to live. And in this capitalist system, it's one thing you hear is that the profits, the big banks, the big companies, all they talk about is their profit. They don't care about the workers who makes the profit. So the problem is that last year was a rough year, but this year could be even rougher for the workers of Jamaica. And the alibi, as I said earlier, is going to be Hurricane Melissa. But here we still, the government gave the Jamaica Public Service $24 billion. $24 billion Jamaican dollars, $150 US dollars. For what? The Jamaica Public Service Company is owned by South Korea, East-West Company of South Korea. They have about 60% of the shares. The next biggest shareholder in JPS is the Japanese, Marubeni.
Yes.
We know they have a very solid record when they were operating within the Jamaica sugar industry, right? But the point is that JPS had asked for $450 million. That is why JPS said they want $450 million US to restore their services across the country. Up to now, we don't know where the 200 that they still need is coming from. And we don't know if the shareholders, the owners, are going to do anything to assist the process. Then we find that the government has decided to give the churches $75 million for cleanup. When, as we speak, there are hundreds and hundreds of Jamaican workers who are living under the canvas, in tents, under trees, and some of them have to be moving from family to family to survive. So the situation is very clear that I don't think the government has started out well. In fact, if you ask me, I think the government has started just like the West Indies cricket team. Not a good opening here at all, you know?
Let me hear from...
We are all here, and we are hoping. The other thing I want to talk about is that the government doesn't seem to want anybody to work with them, to assist them in the rebuilding process. For example, the unions are not being consulted. We represent the workers who have been affected in the hurricane disaster. And we thought at least a national team would have been put together. Just like when we had economic problems, we put a national team together, which eventually solved the problem. This government doesn't believe in those approaches.
Yeah. Let us hear from Mike. Mr. Hanisett, how did the unions perform in Trinidad last year, and what are your projections for this year?
Okay, first let me extend ancestral blessings to my colleagues there and to the wider Jamaica community. Wishing you all the best and hoping that 2026 we will see a more concerted collective action by the labor movement throughout the Caribbean region to be really the voice for and on behalf of our labor. All right, so Trinidad and Tobago, as you know, we had some issues with the previous government where they had offered a 4% over a 6-year period, 002. Bearing in mind that the government, they are the largest employer in Trinidad and Tobago. And this offer was made against the backdrop that public servants, statutory board, and other state enterprises and government entity did not get any wage increases going back as far as 2012, 2014 to 2025. And what that speaks to is because being asked to make the ultimate sacrifices, but more importantly, workers were being asked to live on 2014, 2012 wages in the year 2025, which obviously doesn't add up. It places a lot of economic and financial and also mental stress on the families to survive in that kind of economic scenario. Having said that, we are optimistic and from where I sit, but I think what is required, and we have gone, in my humble view, to be too individualistic. And when we talk about the federations, when we talk about NATO Trade Union Center, the structure is so designed to ensure that there is division. And what do I mean by that? That collective bargaining is done on an individual basis, individual company basis, individual state enterprise basis, rather than the labor movement coming together and constructively engaging our minds, doing the kind of analysis that is necessary so that we can have what I will want to call an approach that speaks to across the board for the voiceless and all the working class. And you see, until we understand that, until we practice that philosophy, until we ingrain that in our heads, in our minds, in our thinking, we're going to be having these kinds of conversations. And I know workers are brilliant people, contrary to what a lot of people believe. But the employers, they speak with one voice. The government speak with one voice. But we continue to allow it to be divided on individual basis, individual unions, rather than understanding that we can only get over this economic hump, this financial strangulation, until we begin to understand that we have to see ourselves as a class, and that is the working class. And we have to understand as workers, whether it's in Trinidad, whether it is in Tobago, whether it is in Jamaica, whether it is in Guyana, whether it is in St. Lucia, whether it is in Grenada, whether it is in St. Vincent, and I can go on. All right? That we all suffer the same common issues. Because the brother was talking from Jamaica, And I'm saying, well, I'm listening like it's a script that is being played across the Caribbean region. And I'm therefore, we have to transition from the talk shop. We have to transition from the analysis paralysis, and we have to start to hit the ground running in a way where our strength as labor, our militancy, our advocacy is as such that whoever is in government, whoever is in power, whoever is the employer will understand that labor is a critical stakeholder and they deserve to be heard. And that will only happen not by the federations, not by the National Trade Union Center, but by each individual worker beginning to understand that we are all workers and we are facing a common enemy, which is a system that is rooted now in neoliberalism that does not speak to the growth and development of labor. And labor cannot continue to be begging under the economic table, while the business community, government entities, and our ministers are on the economic table making, and as the brothers say, 300 and something percentage points, while they offer us X. And that kind of inequality brings about the division. And I want to make this special plea, which I've done on this radio station again. We have to deviate and we have to move away from the issue of the I-ism and the meism and what it is it for me. We cannot and we will not survive if we continue with that mentality. And that mentality was deliberately placed within our minds to have us where we are today. 2026.
Yeah, so Mr. Anisette, as you mentioned that the incumbent government has fulfilled its election promise to grant the workers 10%. Now this 10% increase, it is across the board for all public sector workers in Trinidad, am I right?
That is the intention, but allow me to say that it's only the Public Service Association, who are government public servants, who to date will have received the 10%. There are several other state enterprises, institutions, government entity waiting to start the negotiations to get the 10%. All right, but having said that, there are bigger issues, and one of the issues continue to be the unacceptable inflation in food prices. The uncontrollable inflation includes in food prices and goods and services, whereby there is no mechanism to manage that. There's no mechanism to say let the market force dictate what happens with wages. And wages is managed in a particular way based on my ability to pay, rather than what is the true reality for an individual workers, and more so the single parent, those single women, right, who have to go outside every day to make ends meet for the children. And we cannot build a society with that kind of inequality and inequity. And the brother made a point which I've been making too within this new year, that we cannot have meaningful discussions. We cannot be serious about democracy, whereby, and I'm wearing the trade union movement, who are major stakeholders in all the Caribbean region, not invited to have discussions on matters that affect the individual workers and affect the workers collectively. That cannot be no form of democracy. And therefore, I'm saying in 2026, that has to be the clarion call of all the labor movement throughout the Caribbean. We must be speaking with one voice when it comes to that principle and fundamental stand that we have to take if we have to transition into a meaningful organization. Because I am telling you, if there is division, we could talk how much we want, right? Because every era throws up the kinds of representation that is required for that particular point and time. 1919 is totally different to 2025, and then therefore the leadership in 1919, with the greatest respect to everybody, and I disagree with it, cannot be the same leader in 2025, where we have all the technologies, the AI, and the gig workers, and all the other kind of nuances that is being introduced in the economic space for business to make more profits and workers are placed on the bread line. So then we have to have a different concept in the context of how we deal with that collectively. And I'm saying, and I'm making this plea again, that we need to do this collectively. We need to sit down at the Caribbean Congress of Labour, Jamaican friend, not to whoever it is, do the analysis of what is happening in Jamaica, in Barbados, in Trinidad, and right through the Caribbean, and come up with recommendations which will place workers first, which will ensure that we have a real people-centered economy, meaning then that there must be wage growth, there must be job growth, because in the absence of wage and job growth, workers inevitably is going to suffer. That has to be the mantra in 2026. We have to go beyond the analysis, paralysis, and we have to really sit down, put our shoulders to the economic wheel, and start to ensure that labor is treated with the respect, the dignity, the quality, all right? And we must also grow. We don't talk about it in prosperity like everybody else. We cannot and must not be the last person to get benefits.
Yes. Mr. Morrison, you have 2 minutes. You have the final word.
Well, I am quite impressed by my friend from Trinidad, what he's saying, because what it does, it gives me an idea of what is happening not only in Trinidad, but right around the Caribbean. And what we have to understand clearly is that, you know, the multinational companies, local companies, the emphasis can't just be on profits. The workers have to survive. And we can't depend on governments.
Yes.
Certainly not the Jamaica Labour Party in Jamaica, who is going in now for the third consecutive term. Right? We cannot. There's no question. But we have to unite together. In Jamaica, we have to unite around the Caribbean so that better can come to the people who represent us workers.
Okay, sir. Well, I want to thank both of you for your time, and we look forward to a prosperous and progressive year this year. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent Morrison. Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Anisette. Have a good evening.
Okay, blessings always. to you and your station and the opportunity afforded to us, and also to the whole working class in the Caribbean. May our ancestors and divine masters continue to guide us, and let us believe in our spirituality as we continue this fight for respect for the working class. Thanks again.
This is the answer to help with the matter here, because
well, as I said, thank you very much, gentlemen. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I have to carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have faith, you need to borrow, for no one can feel none of your needs that you won't mention. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Please, there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry For the little child without a father. For that man that doesn't have a place to stay. For that little boy living with hate. This is my story. There's a man standing on the corner. He has no home, he has no food, and his blue skies are gone. Can you hear him cry? Oh Lord, there's a girl searching for a father and a friend, praying that the storm will someday end. But instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Ease my shoulder, you can lean on me. Well, there's a child who is sick and begging to be free, but there is no cure for his disease. He looked up to his mother as she holds his hand, praying that someday the sun will shine again and the pain will end. I am here.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio.
Hello?
Yes, and we are looking at the year in review, and we are going to take a look at the political side. And I have with me senior Caribbean journalist Earl Bosque. Good evening, Earl.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, dear Desmond. Good evening to listeners of Rebel Radio today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, Earl, when you look at Caribbean politics last year, give us let us review it. What have you seen when you look at the Caribbean politics last year?
Well, I think 2025 in the Caribbean was like it was for every other country worldwide that has had to wake up to the reality of the regime change in the United States from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. The entry of the second Trump administration, Trump 2.0, was something that was looked forward to by some and being looked at with some fear or at least uncertainty by most. But as of the 20th of January, when Trump took office, the entire world, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that the entire world had to adjust to a new President Trump, Trump 2.0, that was out to exact revenge for what he considered to have been ill treatment of him by the Democrats while he was in opposition and during the campaign. Impeached twice, had up to about 70 charges against him, and yet he won. And as would most likely be the case with many who would go through that joy of being elected with such a mandate, despite all the odds having been seen against him, that fueled his hunger and the anger that came with it with regard to exacting revenge and implementing those aspects of his first-term policies that he hadn't done. But certainly by the 7th month in office, it was absolutely clear that this President Trump was out to rule as an emperor, to rule by decree, by executive diktat, and one who would take absolutely nobody saying no to him, nobody disagreeing with him, giving total authority to anyone who wishes to implement his dreams, including Elon Musk, to downsize government. And the result of that has sent waves across the region, like with the rest of the world. And it has in fact reflected itself in the Caribbean from as early as April, when the Secretary of State Rubio indicated that the United States was very much interested in reviewing the Caribbean visa programs and certainly interested in killing the cooperation between CARICOM countries and Cuba, the vital health cooperation that Cuba has been giving the Caribbean, both individually and through the Cuba-CARICOM agreement. I think those were the early signs when Marco Rubio came around and read out the riot act quietly and loudly in some instances in selected capitals and with selected CARICOM leaders. That was followed by individual actions aimed at individual territories in terms of tightening up the visa requirements, which is still happening at this point. People from some countries now will have to deposit $15,000 US dollars in order to enter the United States as a guarantee against them not overstaying. That policy, anti-visa policy, was tied up with those countries that have citizenship by investment programs involved in the sale of citizenship and sale of passports, which only St. Vincent had indicated it would clearly not get involved into. But that identified 5 OECS territories, which are among the smaller groupings within CARICOM. And then came the tariffs, which, while not directed against us, but they were methods of imported inflation that hit every country and every person who was importing things from everywhere, from the young people who imported the packages of delights from China, and those companies who had to use American ships to come in. I mean, you had a situation where that served the Caribbean more were slapped with a requirement to pay more if those ships were constructed in China. And therefore, that cost would be passed on to the importer, who would pass it on to the consumer. So you continue to see an intensification of all of those signs of the anti-immigration policy on which Trump campaigned coming to reality with support from the the U.S. administration that he heads. You also have him deciding to clearly indicate that he's a one-man show, not only going after those people in the Justice Department and those judges who had ruled against him in significant court cases, but also he went after Supreme Court judges and the Supreme Court, on which the most of the judges on the Supreme Court today were appointed by Trump. So all of that has led to the effects in the Caribbean, and what one is not sure about is the extent to which those effects might have affected the results of the 5 elections that took place in the CARICOM during 2025. We started with Trinidad and Tobago in February, Suriname in May, then you came down to Guyana in September, Jamaica in September, St. Vincent late November, and Lucia on the 1st of December. And what you had there was, again, you had changes in Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname and St. Vincent, and there was no change in Guyana, Jamaica, and St. Lucia. Now, that is just a balance in terms of the arithmetic, but to what extent that it can also be interpreted in the way people think, the way people interpret politics today, the role of social media, the fact is that foreign policy has never been a traditional influence at election time. To what extent that may have changed today. The fact is that there were the ideological, for lack of a better word, the ideological squaring off in the camps, the political camps in the Caribbean today, in the first quarter of the 21st century, also was revealed in 2025 from the standpoint that you had those center and center-right wing parties, center-right and right-wing parties that are associated with the International Democratic Union. So the Caribbean Democratic Union, they came together in June in Trinidad, hosted by the United National Congress, and with which was in opposition at the time, and they pledged to coordinate in everything, and that was seen in the elections in Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent and St. Lucia, where in each case the opposition adopted something called a Code Red, that also saw direct support from other parties in ways that did not exist before. For example, with prime ministers in office in St. Vincent and Jamaica being party to interventions and being accused. In fact, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia accused the Jamaica Prime Minister in his capacity as leader of his party of having designated persons to assist the opposition in St. Lucia, which on the same Code Red supported by the International Democratic Union. Similarly, after being sworn in as Prime Minister in St. Vincent, Prime Minister Godwin Friday, on the morning of the elections in St. Lucia on December 1st, made a public broadcast in which he was calling on St. Lucian voters to vote for the opposition. Now, in both of those cases, similarly in Trinidad, the UNC and Prime Minister Kamala who said and did things that were clearly in support of and assisted in the victory of the New Democratic Party in St. Vincent after a quarter strain opposition. So all of these, I think, were being noted until September, at the same time of the Jamaica and Trinidad and Guyana elections, when the whole Venezuela issue came in. And it moved from the situation between Venezuela and Guyana to one between Venezuela and the United States in the Caribbean Sea with the support of Trinidad and Tobago, and counting on Guyana's support, and the extent to which the presence, the U.S. military presence in the Caribbean Sea threatened the 52-year-old status of the Caribbean as a zone of peace was one that worried Latin American and Caribbean leaders to a great extent, and to the extent that their worst fears came to life, not through the sort of widespread military invasion that saw bombs landing beyond Venezuela in neighboring countries, including Trinidad and Guyana, but certainly one in which international law was violated in a way that a president of the most powerful army in the world would be able to say to the rest of the world, and particularly to the Caribbean, that any of your next, actually identifying Mexico, Colombia, and Cuba, and Greenland, and Canada before that, and indicating that he could choose who's next, and that once you would not be willing to carry out American diktat a la Trump, and particularly within the new upgrading of the old Monroe Doctrine to the Donroe Doctrine, that simply multiplies the interpretation by Washington of it being not just the place that sees the Caribbean as its backyard, but it certainly has turned the Caribbean Sea into an American lake, a U.S. lake, if we could equate it to that. So that is where we're at. The situation in Venezuela is one that has sent shrills up the spines of Caribbean people and leaders, but the level to which there is solidarity with Venezuela and or opposition to what the United States did is one in which you don't have to be a supporter of Maduro. That what happened to him was wrong.
Yes.
Abducted in his own country, subjected to the worst public humiliation a human being has been subjected to through the global media. And that's where we're at now. We have the European Union, on the other hand, out to kill the CBI programs in the same 5 countries measured, and in that respect it is a joint cross-Atlantic venture between the European Union and the United States to close down those passport-selling programs, dealing them direct threats to their economic survival, because what we fail to realize or don't sufficiently highlight is that the United States and European countries are also into the passport selling business. Donald Trump says, he has a golden passport program that is only for millionaires and billionaires. And the Europeans, France and United Kingdom and others are going over to attract the billionaire Chinese and the billionaire Russians. Britain had the most Russians until the Ukraine war. So this is where we're caught, and it requires that we in the Caribbean understand that things have changed. Whatever happens anywhere else can happen here. What happened in Venezuela can happen in any Caribbean country whose government dares not to decide to be treated like an American colony. And until and unless we can upgrade our game to one that not only ensures that the rift of Trinidad is solved in a manner that CARICOM doesn't throw the whole of Trinidad and Tobago out with Kamala Prasad-Bissesa's bathwater. We have to be very careful with that, because neither Trinidad nor CARICOM can do without each other. So these are delicate times requiring mature assessments, and we are in new territory, uncharted waters at this point. And just imagine, that's just the beginning. President Trump has another 4 years.
Yes, yes, sir, yes. And therefore you would see that the situation as it stands right now, that we have not heard much from CARICOM, and we don't expect, because as you rightly pointed out, that America has just revived its doctrine, and that doctrine has, the Caribbean and the Latin American region as America's backyard, and therefore America can do whatever it wants to us. But just finally, Earl, how do you see 26? What kind of political climate do you see for 26?
Well, I have always, there are some philosophical things I adopt. The one is that every challenge also brings opportunities. If you look at a problem only as a problem and treat it as a problem, then you don't think of the solutions.
Yes.
And the other one I hold on to is the one we all know, which is necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
Every new thing is created as a result of a necessity. And in that context, I think is that we are, like I said, in uncharted waters, not only because of the sargassum seaweed that is going to continue to be a major problem in 2026 and beyond, unless dealt with as the new threat that it really represents, even though it had always been there, but it was never here. That sort of clinical assessment of how to arrive at a solution will also be required among our political leaders. They find themselves stuck between rocks and hard places. And the situation in Trinidad, I can foresee being resolved internally instead of externally, from the standpoint that, in my assessment, Prime Minister Kamala Prasad-Bissessa is not the most popular person in Trinidad and Tobago in the first weeks of the new year. That being said, CARICOM, I think, has to be able to change gear and move away from that crippling mode of the requirement for all CARICOM member states to agree unanimously before a joint decision can be taken. Yes. The sense that if only one person opposes or one country opposes, then there can be no statement. I think the situation with Trinidad right now presents an opportunity for CARICOM to look itself in the eyes and realize that unanimity clause for the past 52 years has crippled the way CARICOM has been able to respond with speed. And therefore, this challenge creates the opportunity to move from unanimity to majority vote.
Okay.
So that if the rest of CARICOM today wants to take a position with regard to, if CARICOM is to take a position with regard to what has happened in Venezuela, then as long as the majority agree, then there will be a statement.
Okay.
But like the UN and all of those entities, I think the challenges posed by President Trump, as bad as they are, they also pose equal opportunities to rewind and come again.
Thank you very much, Earl. Right very much. And
okay, buddy. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, thank you very much. That was senior journalist there, Earl Bosque. Yes, keeping us informed on what is happening in the Caribbean. Yes, let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.
This is for the little child without a father, for that man that doesn't have a place to stay, for that little boy living with hate. This is my story. There's a man standing on the corner. He has no home, he has no food, and his blue skies are gone. Can you hear him cry? Oh Lord, there's a girl searching for a father and a friend, praying that the storm will someday end. But instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Ease my shoulder, you can lean on me. Well, there's There's a child who is sick and begging to be free, but there is no cure for his disease. He looked up to his mother as she holds his hand, praying that someday the sun will shine again and the pain will end. I am here. You don't have to worry. I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Here's my shoulder, you can lean on me. Tell me how can I love Jesus when I never seen his face? Yet if I see you dying, I wouldn't turn and walk away. So hold my hand and let me take you to a friend of mine who is waiting just to ease your troubled mind. He loves you more than you'll ever know. Instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, there's a man standing on the corner. He has no hope, he has no food, and his blue skies are gone. Can you hear him cry? Oh Lord, I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to get you. I'm living for Jesus, living for Jesus, yeah. Oh, I wanna be remembered as a man who sings songs for Jesus Christ, who was willing to lay down his life, do his will no matter what the price. Well, I'm singing for the deaf man who can hear about salvation through my song, and I'm singing for the blind man who can see the light in me and come along. Live for Jesus, that's what matters. And when other houses crumble, mine be strong. Live for Jesus, that's what matters. Let you see the light in me and come along. La 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 la. There are times when I am tempted to turn off the rocket road I traveled on. There are times when I say, Jesus, can you find another man to sing your song? Well, I know I'm not the only one that could sing this melody. But he has chosen me to bless me and to lead me into what is best for me. Live for Jesus, that's what matters. And when other houses crumble, mine be strong. Live for Jesus, that's what matters. That you see the light in me and come along. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yes, welcome back. And as you know, we are doing a year in review. And we are now going to take a look at the crime situation. And I have with me Mr. Hugh Faulkner, head of Indicom. Mr. Faulkner, good afternoon to you, sir.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Richards, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Yes, sir. So we had an eventful year last year for the first time since 1997, I can confirm myself as someone who has been reporting on crime that this year, last year, crime, the number of murders was below 1,000. That is an achievement. But also, I can also observe that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, police killings reach a record number here. As a matter of fact, the only time I can recall that, I remember in 2004, yes, 1984, rather, 1984, that police killed, I think it was 354. But in recent times, 311 is a significant number. So what do you make of the crime situation, Mr. Faulkner, as head of the agency that is responsible for investigating the security forces, you know, well, as I know that he's having some telephone problems. Mr. Faulkner, you are going in and out.
Richard.
Yes. No, you are.
I'm now hearing you. I missed you a bit.
Yes.
But just for context.
Yes.
Today, myself and the Deputy Commissioner, Mrs. Yannick Taylor Wellington, we visited and spoke to 3 separate families in Western Jamaica, yes. From which family members were lost in fatal shootings in this month of January.
Yes. Okay.
And we brought our family liaison to ensure that all the reasons, along with the investigative needs, but the human side of the matter is being dealt with. So we attended to that. So that is why I'm traveling, and the reception is poor.
Yes. Well, that was certainly a good initiative. Yes, but yes, we are having some poor connection here. No, Mr. Faulkner, I'm going to hang up. I'm going to try and call you straight instead of on WhatsApp. Yes, I'm going to try and call you straight. Hang up. Let me try and call you straight. Hang up. You heard me? Mr. Faulkner? Hello? Yes, let me try and call him straight. 353 2795. The phone reception is very poor. So let me try and call Mr. Faulkner. Straight to see if I can get him. Let me see if we can get a better reception. No. And see what will happen.
Yeah, Mr. Richard?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm hearing you better now.
Right. Not sure if you heard the context.
Yes.
That I was trying to give, that because of recent fatal shootings in January of this year.
Yes.
We had visited some of the families in Granville, for example, where young Romain had lost his life, had dialogue with the family members, even though our investigative team in the West, but the human aspect had added family liaison officers to our team so that the empathetic, sympathetic, and grief counseling aspects are properly dealt with. And these people are not required to deal just by themselves with the loss of a loved one, not regardless of whatever antecedents are attached to the persons we provide this intervention. That's very good, sir. Yes. So I was asking, how do you know, one of the questions I need to ask you, Mr. Faulkner, is this. To what extent would you say that INDECOM's investigation, how is it hampered? Or what are some of the issues facing your investigation into police shootings at the moment? What are some of the shortcomings that you are facing? Right. So let me just put in context, Mr. Richard. So between January 1, 2024 and December 31, 2025, we have put approximately 70 cases. So we have received during that 24-month period rulings for charge from the DPP in approximately 70 cases where officers have been charged from matters ranging from murder, and the majority of those charges land in the region of assault and wounding. One impediment that we have found is the absence of body-worn cameras. There are a number of instances, Mr. Richards, where there are no civilian witnesses. The only potential civilian witness is deceased. So you end up with the account of the security forces. We cannot give credit or discredit the account of the security forces. We end up with one account. Yes. The use of body-worn cameras would provide a more transparent, a more accountable report, digital report of what transpired, especially if the sole potential witness is dead or that sole potential witness is mentally impaired and is unable to give a coherent account of what transpired. So that has been a recurring call. Yes. There are instances when our investigation indicates that other civilians within, for example, a residence are escorted out or they remove themselves, and the accused, which ends up deceased, are in the reported confrontation with the security forces. Now, as Jamaican people would say, dead man tells no tale. So the account you get would be the account fully of the security forces. Yes. The security forces would allege assault at common law, where this person would have reportedly pulled a firearm, and they would indicate they were in fear and to protect their lives and to protect themselves from harm and danger, they discharge their firearm. Right. So for you to rebut self-defense, you need cogent evidence. Yes. And that person who could provide the cogent evidence is dead. Yes. That is why we say it is imperative for a security force that relies on public cooperation to expedite all the processes to ensure that the persons who are on planned operations, part of their equipment, along with firearms and other equipment, should be equipped with body-worn cameras. In the matter since January, none of the fatal shootings were the persons armed with body-worn cameras. And in one case where the officer said he was given a body-worn camera, he did not have the clip to attach it to his uniform. So it was not used. Yeah. So that is an impediment which we have repeated. Yes, so at the moment, Mr. Faulkner, you can say that as we speak, the police
the police have in their possession body-worn cameras, but they are not being used.
Right. What I can say, Mr. Richards, is that the police have acknowledged that the body-worn cameras that they have been primarily distributed to the public safety and traffic enforcement branch, P-STEP. But we have indicated that our data reveals that at least 51% of the fatal shootings up to September were by planned operations.
Yes.
So that those data would inform the law enforcement bodies that body, in terms of the planned operation teams, need to be equipped.
Of
and
course.
that we have not seen as a reality.
And also, would you agree that the majority of police cases, the police shootings, is the only version available to you is the police version?
In terms of the material moment, sir, that in those fatal shootings, that is the case.
Okay.
There are some instances and fatalities that we have in court where there have been civilian witnesses and there have been CCTV footage. Yes. So there are some cases that have come to the public interest that we currently have in court, but those are assisted by the fixture of CCTV footage and in some cases civilian witnesses.
Yeah.
But in some of the planned operations, the end result would be that the confrontation would be law enforcement on one side and the civilian, and that civilian is deceased.
Yes, and that is the weakness. And what we want, Mr. Faulkner, that what we want our security forces to be credible, so that when the police say that they were confronted, and the people say no, the police are in a position to say, well, here is the evidence. This is what happened.
Yes, and we believe that would build public trust, because the model of policing that the JCF engages in is one where they seek public cooperation, and that is repeated from time to time.
Yes.
We are saying that public cooperation that is sought would be enhanced with you establishing systems that the very public on whom you rely for cooperation and assistance would remove some of the doubt and the mistrust that exists.
Certainly, that is what we are pleading for. And
yes, sir.
And I am sure that all well-thinking Jamaicans, that is what they are pleading for also.
Yes, indeed.
The last thing I heard from the police was from the Prime Minister was that they have acquired body-worn cameras, and therefore the police should be wearing those shortly. What is the latest you have on that?
Right. Well, you know, Mr. Richards, with regard to the procurement steps or other administrative steps, we hardly focus on that. And okay, we are mindful of the news reports. But when the rubber hits the road is when in our interviews, because routinely we do it, we inquire, and when we start seeing, yes, I was equipped with a body-worn camera and it was turned on. So that data we will provide to the public. Where our inquiry results that I was not issued with any, I was not trained in the use of body-worn camera, then our data will reflect all of that, which yes, we do from time to time.
Yes,
awaiting when we see the manifestation of it.
Mm-hmm. And during your investigation so far of these fatal shootings, do you have reports where police have turned off CC camera that were on the scene and have driven away or have taken away phones from people who were taking pictures of these scenes? Do you have any reports like that?
Right. Well, let me just direct you, Mr. Richards, to the Indicom Act. The Indicom Act at Section 33, it frowns on any conduct that seeks to hinder
or obstruct an investigation. While we were on the ground today, our office had communicated to us that a matter that we put in court, where an officer had not complied with INDICOM directives, that case ended today, and the officer was found guilty. So anything of that nature, so if there was a fatality, then we are investigating the fatality. But another case would arise if there is allegation and the witnesses can indicate, from whom this misact would have emanated, then that would now be a second case, which would be a case of breach of Section 33. So those we log in our case management system any such allegation. So if the officer is reportedly to have hampered, interfered with any recording device or in adorned in mask, etc., Mr. Richards, we document all of these things because you're the case. That's true. Now it would create a second case, which would be a breach of the INDICOM Act.
Yes.
And today, the commission was successful in one of those matters. I can't give you the details just now because I've been on the road and not been able to, but it's just any act to hinder or obstruct our investigation.
Yes. What is the latest on that situation down in Four Parts in Clarendon there, where this man was seen with his hands in the air and then he was shot? Police say he fired at them.
Right. That matter is under investigation, and sometimes our challenge is that the ballistics, while in many cases, let me just indicate to your listeners, Mr. Richards, the postmortems, well, it has been significantly improved in terms of timing. The postmortems, and we commend the forensics lab, because I remember in 2020, families would be calling to say, boy, the burials of their loved ones have been delayed. That has been improved. I've seen postmortems done now within a week.
Yes.
So I congratulate Dr. Mott and her team at the lab. But where we have the challenge is with ballistics.
Okay.
And I know they are the one entity attending to multiple agencies. So we are hoping that the government will, give some transformational help to the forensics lab in terms of ballistics and ballistic personnel. So that matter is still under investigation because I believe some reports are still outstanding.
Okay. Well, we have run out of time, and so I want to thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Faulkner, and keep on.
And we thank you for the platform, Mr. Richards.
Yes.
You have been in the media landscape, and I've read almost every publication that you have been involved with.
Yes.
And and we appreciate the platform for us to speak to the people.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, that was Mr. Hugh Faulkner, head of INDICOM. Yes, keeping us abreast of the crime situation. Well, that is the end of today's show. Yes, and I would like to thank all my listeners and viewers, yes, for taking time out to be with us today. Yes, thanks to my technical operator, Bishop. Yes, and as you know, we continue to appeal to the users of our roads. Last year was a terrible year for us last year. And I am appealing to all the users of our roads. Be careful. Drive safely. Yes. And yes, the murder rate last year went down significantly. Yes. But keep your eyes open and be safe. Remember that You know, life is important. And remember that we are keeping a watch. Look out for your brothers and sisters in Western Jamaica. So until Friday, this is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky.
JPS, powering what matters.